this network grew from 1992, which was the European year for older people and intergenerational understanding, 92 to 3. And every year we got support from the European Commission to conduct these international events, festivals, conferences, and our own research program into reminiscence in dementia care. And that's going to be one of the focus points for today, because a lot of the people who are here from different countries, and we didn't even mention then Tokyo and Singapore, that these people are all practitioners in their own countries developing our project, but also alongside developing their own creative approaches to reminiscence and to dementia. The focus today will probably be on that terribly important area of work. Our first speaker is Anne-Marie Boulder, a very old friend and somebody who's been part of our network for a long time. And Anne-Marie generously offered to host this conference or this meeting of our members. We hadn't had a meeting since we had a glorious few days in Dublin, organized by Karen Meenan. And we've been planning to meet ever since, but COVID has got in the way of everything. We've kept contact with each other in correspondence. But when I realized I was conducting this conference, and it was very close to where we were supposed to have our conference in Amsterdam, courtesy of Anne-Marie, it seemed very sensible, because there were so many links with performing oral history, to bring these two groups together and to have a third day of our symposium devoted to this international work. So without more ado, I'm going to hand over to Anne-Marie, who will talk about life in the Netherlands from her perspective. Over to you, Anne-Marie.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Thank you for your kind words, and that's the same with me. We spoke a lot the last years, and especially really appreciated, especially the time, the difficult times you're in, and you had losing your best friend, partner, colleague, co-worker, photographer.
Yes.
Alex was a lot. So I really am proud of you doing everything. And you asked me to tell today about the situation in our nursing home in the Netherlands during the COVID. Actually, I really wanted to throw it over my shoulder, but you said you have to share it a little bit. So I will do that today. And I share my PowerPoint. And I hope it works, but it probably will.
Yes.
If people have questions during the presentation, just put on your microphone and just ask. That's, for me, it's easier just to go in and ask your questions. I work in a nursing home in Amsterdam, and in the early spring of 2020, it will be probably everywhere the same. But before we even knew that COVID was in the Netherlands, and before we knew actually what COVID was, it was already spread in our nursing home. So, but we actually didn't know it was there, and a lot of people unfortunately died the first weeks, and that was because all the protection equipment went to the hospitals, and for the nursing home, the first weeks nobody had any attention for the nursing home, so it spread, and I can honestly say it was a horrible situation, and everybody jumped in, and also people who normally work on the administration, they actually helped the carers, and because a lot of people were ill as well, the professionals, so we all did it together. And it's difficult to say, especially in the situation with Russia and Ukraine, but it kind of felt like a war zone. It's kind of thing. Yeah, I felt like we were in a kind of war when I entered the nursing home. and especially the first weeks. And you see also like somebody for the army, because we got a lot of help from the army, because our nursing home was the worst nursing home in the surroundings. I don't mean the worst, but it was like the COVID was the worst in our home. So we got a lot of help with the army. On the first day, they were wearing their regular suit, and luckily on the second day, they were just wearing the proper things, which looks more friendly to our residents. And for them, it was really new to work with elderly. And but they were great support, and they stayed with us for like 3 or 4 months. And without them, we couldn't do our work. And we got also a lot of support from unexpected parties. There were like signs in front of our nursing home. The police came and they say, you can do it, you know, we support you. And like performers came to perform outside to for as well the professionals as well the people who live there. So it felt like a close community, because you know everybody in Amsterdam knew about our nursing home. And of course, it was not always great information when once in the newspaper, in the news. Felt a little bit alone, you know, because the headlines were terrible. But we actually knew that behind the terrible headlines, we actually really tried to work and do our work as good as possible. And some people knew that we did, so they really supported that, and that really helped us, because you know, if you arrive there with your bicycle on your work and you see the signs and you see the people standing there and giving presents to you, it's it's touching. So that was really a good thing. But in the first weeks, we really were focused on getting people better, making people better, let people stay alive as much as possible. And after a few weeks, it was like a kind of surviving time. And after a few weeks, we got more energy to see what's really important, because we lost the focus of the people. Actually, the heart-to-heart contact with the people, it was like really focusing on the medical situation. And later on, we got more energy to really focus on how to make it better for the residents in our home. And I want to do a small exercise with you. And you can get a piece of paper, and you draw this little man on the paper, not too small, please, but you draw it like this. I'll give you a few seconds. And once you've done that, and you can fill in every part of the body, you can write something down which is really meaningful for you in regular life. Maybe it's your family, maybe it's your religion, maybe it's a hobby you do or something. For me, it's certainly tea. I love tea, so things like that. You can put in any part. You can write something.
Anne-Marie, sorry to interrupt, but your slides aren't moving on.
Is my slide moving on, or?
No, we're just seeing the screen of just the first slide.
Which slide do you see? Nothing?
Just the first one, the very first one.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you didn't see what I was showing?
We can see them in small, just down the side.
How can I?
You need to go to slideshow, I think.
I stop. Oh, thank you for sharing this with me. I try again, okay? Maybe I do this. Do you see it right now?
Yes.
That's better, thank you.
Oh. No, this is not the one. This is weird. Let me see.
It looked good a moment ago when.
Yeah, but I just skipped to the end, so that wasn't really good. Do you see it right now? Some
Yes.
pictures.
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't see those pictures before.
No.
Oh, okay.
We're not seeing it as a screen show though. We can see your comment, your notes underneath.
Oh,
Good. Can you show it as a slideshow?
I do see it as a slideshow.
That's okay. That's fine like that, as long as you move it on.
Yeah, is this better?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry for that. I don't know what's going wrong. Oh yeah, this were the pictures. This were the supports we had and we're talking about. And this is the thing I want you to draw. This little man. You didn't see that before, did you?
You move it on to slide 4. We can.
Oh,
just
okay.
slide
So
2.
everybody drew that. Okay, and you write something in, meaningful thing in. Did everybody do that? Just.
Yes.
I think you did. And for now, I just take a pencil and you put a big cross on the head and on the on the left hand and the right feet like this. Just do it like what I show you. And yeah, we decided, or at least I decided, that this things you put in there, I don't find it very important anymore. So in your next life, I'm sorry, the things you wrote down and there's a cross over it. It's not, it doesn't feel in your life anymore because me as a professional decided that it's not suitable in the situation you live in. And I was wondering what it does with you if I do that. So if maybe if somebody wants to interrupt, just put your microphone on and answer if you want to. I was wondering if somebody is really shocked by something they are not able to do anymore. You understand what I mean or not? Too shy to answer.
Listen to music.
Oh, listen to music. Oh, sorry, Kate. Yeah, I don't find that quite important anymore. I'm sorry. I decided for you. How does it feel, Kate, if you're not able to listen to music anymore for the next of your life?
Oh, yes, completely out, not alive.
Not alive. No, not alive. I'm sorry, but this is the situation. Somebody else to respond.
Gardening.
Gardening, Raoul, on your roof terrace or your garden. Yeah, no, sorry, Raoul, it's not your the thing to do anymore. No, I'm sorry. This is it.
I can't move. I'm dumbstruck. I'm upset. I'm just cannot move. Cannot do anything.
Oh, you can. Oh, wow. That's quite a shock, isn't it? Yeah, and I'm sorry for that. Luckily, this is not a real situation, but unfortunately, this, it is not real in this setting, but it's kind of real in nursing homes. Like, that there are people decide what's important and what isn't important. What suits in our nursing home and what shouldn't in, and especially during the COVID time. We in the first weeks we lost the people and in our site, and later on we start being creative and being more involved with them. And one of the things we put time in it was being in contact, because of course nobody could or family relatives weren't able to come, were not allowed to come, so we tried to do creative things to be in contact with the elderly, put tables outside with a microphone, even like I don't know how it is, but it's a thing that goes in the sky, so they can have contact and wave to each other and things like that. And those things were really, really, really important, and we had several ways to use it. And we also learned more about digital things, and especially I'm an occupational therapist. Especially this was one of my projects that we really tried new stuff for also people with dementia to be in contact with the relatives. And even I was quite excited about it, because even people who are not can't use their phone anymore, or even TVs are difficult for them. This digital tablet, which was really created for people with dementia.
Slide on.
What?
Sorry, do you need to move the slide on?
Oh, I already did.
We're just on second slide at the moment. Oh,
Again.
I think you might have to click it automatic. I think because we can see it down the side, but not in the main.
Okay. Do you?
Now I do.
Do you see it right now? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you. I will do it the other way. Yeah, and we were really happy with it, and people could actually contact their relatives themselves, and otherwise we were there to help them. We had volunteers coming in the nursing homes, but also we went to the people who would normally go to the day center, and we gave them this, so they also could join the day center on a distance. And I think we also did, this is on the day center. I probably, you see the next slide now? Yes. People, there were only a few people allowed to go in the day center, and the other rest would be alone at home. And now they were involved and they learned how to use it. And we also did some, let me see, I do it on the old-fashioned way. We also had some sessions by being creative activities. So like painting at the same time with the people at home. So they volunteers, they went by their houses and they gave them like painting stuff. And then there was like a few hours, a few moments a week, they got online and we all paint together. And those things.
Anne-Marie, did you get lots of new volunteers?
Yes, we did. We actually did, because we were in the news a lot. So people were really, they really wanted to help, because, you know, and everybody was at home. So they really wanted to help the community, and especially our nursing home. So we really easily find volunteers to do it. Unfortunately, they after a little while, the volunteers involvement was a little bit less now. But in the beginning, it was really, they were really involved. Yes, we were really lucky.
What about the? Sorry.
Yeah.
What about the people who were encouraging you, who were waiting outside and doing little performances or something? Or they were celebrating your work, were they?
Yeah, they were celebrating our work. Yeah, which was really, of course, it doesn't make your work easier, but it does make your work easier. Yeah, it does, because it really helps. Because sometimes it felt really, really alone, and also like, of course, you have friends and relatives to talk with, but nobody really understood how it was. You know, they didn't, even my girls, they said, mom, you know, you don't have to cry the whole time. I said, no, I shouldn't, but I do anyhow, you know. So yeah, it was, yeah, I would actually say a small trauma. If it's not, maybe it's about, I'm crying again. We keep on to the next slides. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
It must have been,
I get myself together. It's 2 years.
It must have been very hard, Marie. You're explaining something that we all have been through. So thank you for sharing your emotion too.
Yeah, you're welcome. I wasn't planning to do this though. Sorry.
Well, I remember walking through the park and being on the telephone to Anne-Marie, and it was truly terrible that people were dying in the home. And I think they had, and she was staying there a lot of the time, you know, and I think it must have been truly terrible. And they were not adequately equipped with all the necessary clothing and so on. And it was really life on the edge, I think, for everybody. and to watch people who they'd cared for so well deteriorating because of the conditions and because of the illness, and was a very traumatic time. And it's important to, I agree with Raoul, it's important to register that.
Yeah, thank you for supporting me. Yeah, and so now some nice things, because we're moving on, and we don't forget this time, we certainly don't, and we learned a lot of that. But recently I got a phone call from like the Museum of the Past. It's like an open air museum in the east of Amsterdam. The Dutch person, and Eric knows, it's Openlucht Museum in Arnhem, and they are doing some really nice thing that they are what they're trying to set up right now. They're trying. Do you see the pictures though?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I go to the next slide. I do it this way. What they want to do, and they want to get involved with me and maybe the network as well. What they want to build, they want to build a street, to rebuild a typical street of the 60s in the Netherlands. And of course that's nice, but they also want to create a house especially for people with dementia. So they can really experience how it was. So they can smell, touch, eat stuff, and they it's got like a real reminiscence house. And also they want to provide trainings for carers and professionals up there. So they asked me to get involved with that, which is really really a nice thing to do, and to create another nice place in the Netherlands where people can have beautiful moments with relatives as well. So it's still really small. They really getting started, so it will be there. Only I think it takes 2 or 3 years before it's finished. But you know, the start is there. And
maybe we can have a meeting in Amsterdam and help you raise money and raise the profile for this place.
That would be great. And maybe if we go to Amsterdam, maybe, I hope, but I don't think so. There was already would be nice if there was already a thing we could visit, but I doubt it. And
5 minutes, Anne-Marie.
5 minutes. I'm almost done. And I'm done in a minute. And of course, I'm still giving the trainings, the training courses for running the reminiscence, remembering yesterday, caring today groups, and that's still continues. And I just had one like a month ago. So during the COVID, even I had one just in between. How would you say it? Between the lockdowns, I even had one course. And also in the Netherlands, in a lot of places, and that's the last slide. A lot of places, groups are running, and they kind of stopped running during the COVID time. I know 2 groups who went online, and I was a bit involved with that. I didn't organize it, but I support them by doing it like the online courses. And there is already also a group started for people with young dementia, and it's going on right now. So I keep in touch with them quite a lot as a coach and trainer, thing like that. And it's really nice. And of course, the reminiscence is a different time frame, but the reminiscence is still fun. It's you know, doesn't even I like to reminisce about my childhood. And that's the same with the people who are joining at them. And the difference is that there are the young people with dementia, but also because the family carers are younger most of the time as well. They are more, how would it say? They want to have more saying in it. They say, oh, next time we really want to do this, or next time we want to talk about this with the family carers. So they're more outspoken. Which is a really good thing, and especially if you know the Dutch are outspoken normally, but now they're really outspoken. So that's a new thing, and it's a nice thing. Yeah. So this is how it goes.
That's great. Thank you very, very much, Anne-Marie.
You're welcome.
It's a credit to Anne-Marie that there's all these spots on the map, because she's delivered a wonderful RYCT, Remembering Yesterday, Caring Today training program that we've all agreed together, but she's been conducting that in all those different places in the Netherlands, and I think it's great to have that legacy and to start something new at the same time. Bless you, and thanks very, very much, Anne-Marie.
You're welcome.
And we're going to move to Cologne in Germany, and we're going to meet Ingrid. And Ingrid has not been directly connected with the dementia work, but her company and mine, Age Exchange and the Freies Werkstatttheater, for many, many years cooperated on festivals and workshops. She's a hugely experienced director of theatre for theatre by older people. She and Dieter Scholz, her partner, have been involved in lots of Reminiscence Network projects, and I'm very happy to hand over to you, Ingrid, and hear what you've been doing to keep your activities going in the face of COVID.
Hello.
Hello.
We still have to get some technical issues done with the presentation. Just 1 second.
Okay, soll ich anfangen?
Nein. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can now.
Ist der Ton aus?
Nein. Can you hear us?
Yes,
And can you see the presentation?
yes.
Okay, then we can start.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Ingrid Berzau from Cologne, Germany, from Freies Werkstatttheater, and I'm glad to share this day with you. We thank you very much for the invitation. We'll take this opportunity to have a short review on our work and the partnership of the European Reminiscence Network and Freies Werkstatttheater Köln. The Freies Werkstatttheater, established in 1977, is especially dedicated to creative theater work. It's a professional theater with its own productions on historical or current topics and performances of literary work. The Alten Theater was founded in 1979 by Dieter Scholz and Edelgard Seebauer as the first theater in the Federal Republic of Germany to develop theater plays with older people. Dieter Scholz and me have continued this work since 1986. Since the beginning in 1993, the Freies Werkstatttheater is partner of the European Reminiscence Network. Theater is our very ambitious and passionate connection, and this especially in the way we practice theater. Theater is inspired by life, life is inspired by theater. On this picture, you see the good companions from Age Exchange, Pam Schweitzer, Dieter Scholz, and me. Jahrhundertrevue. The Review of a Century, what I'll never forget, was a pilot project for Reminiscence Theater. Reminiscence Theater was quite unknown at this time, and this kind of theater work, a very innovative approach. A group of 20 people between 65 and 85 years presented history spiced with the actors' own life stories and took a look at the 20th century in Germany, from love to fashion to education and politics. Here you see the parade when the Kaiser Wilhelm visited Cologne. You see women after World War II reconstructing, and the dance and poem about the image of women in older times presented by a 90-year-old actress. When with the Jahrhundertrevue, we started a lot of international contacts. The good companions of Age Exchange and the members of Alten Theater Germany did workshops together during a joint festival in 1995 named 50 years ago and today. That means 50 years after the end of Second World War. The German older people at this time did not speak English. The senior volunteers of London know German. They acted with hands and feet. Body language was important. They laughed a lot and they were impressed by sharing similar memories. What does it mean to go on stage at older age? It's not simple to get to know oneself in old age, to discover possibilities for experience and expression. But whoever begins, the process never stops, because the task is not only to while away the hours in a pleasant manner, but rather to discover new worlds of experience with oneself and with others, with older people or with younger ones. Acting is like bathing in sparkling wine. Acting involves feelings, attitudes, convictions, mode of behavior, dogma, visions, and the possibility to question things and change all these human forms of expression through artistic cultural design. Another field in developing theater pace was and is the confrontation with images and stereotypes of aging in a satirical way or with serious question about oneself, especially for the younger ones who are in the process of finding new social roles at the point of retirement. Is every day like a Sunday? Does all that time become leisure time in which you hurry from one pastime to another? On the other hand, there are personal memories of their own grandparents' generation in comparison to their own lifestyle today. How did they experience their own grandparents when they were children? International festivals were always a great opportunity for cooperation. A highlight was the World Senior Theatre Festival Cologne in 1999 with the slogan, "It's my life," followed by a festival in 2000 in London by Age Exchange. On this occasion, we were able to take advantage of each other's contacts. 18 theater groups with more than 250 participants for Europe, North and South America, Africa and Asia came together in Cologne. In these central festivals were performances of plays from, with and about people who have grown old in different countries of the world in the century closing the second millennium. Professional artists collaborated on the creation of all of these works. The festival offered a unique combination of theater-related events with revues, dance, musical theater, and drama full of images. The life stories of Caribbean migrants in London and Moluccans in the Netherlands, the fate of Chinese orphans in Taiwan, and the magic knowledge of ancient healing practices in Africa were all brought on stage. The festival looked back on the century coming to an end from English, Brazilian, German, and American perspectives. It showed the current struggle between generations in Italy, a perspective on one's own age in Poland, the Netherlands and Colombia, and the spirit of the so-called young old in Switzerland. A theater group of older handicapped people from South Tyrol conveyed the feeling and lust for life of aging handicapped people. From time to time, there are meetings between the Alpentheater and school classes, theater days, which begin with distance and skepsis and end in a close contact for some hours and common experience. Afterwards, we got wonderful letters of the young people. We were surprised how entertaining old people can be. Oh, I'm astonished how good they still move. Thank you for the wonderful day. I remarked that I have had a totally wrong idea about old people. And now Alpentheater in times of Corona, then there was a lockdown by the Corona pandemic in March 2020. In the first moment, all energy fell down from 100 to 0. But shortly after, we tried to find a way to continue our work with the Alpentheater. Being a large ensemble of about 20 participants, it was a challenge to find ways to continue to bind the group as a group, which is one of the most important traits of the Alpentheater, its cohesion and appearance as a unit with all the individual stories from about 1,500 years of life experiences of the participants. At the beginning, we collected handwritten memories, letters on the topic of writing by hand. Here you see our room of rehearsal of Freies Werkstatttheater, a wonderful large room with big windows and therefore easy to get fresh air. We kept rehearsing in mini groups and special projects, always according to the given possibilities. But how to realize the physical contact we were used to in our theater work, and how find new possibilities of acting, a bridge to overcome the new gap? In our practical theater exercises, we sent messages to each other over distance by our hands. We danced with a chair. We invented humorous mask dances. Of course, we talked about the changing daily life, and we created poems about our feelings. We collected memories about how we communicated in earlier times, in childhood and later. For some weeks, we built a museum of biographic handwriting, a journey through the means of communication and therefore of education. But there were wonderful moments when we went outside with the theater project. It was in summer last year when we enchanted an old park nearby by a theater walk. Historical scenes, poetical surprises, always accompanied by a musician. This project attracted a lot of spectators. It was very good for our own mood and soul. Another very special and touching project was a theater tour on a cemetery, together with an experienced guide. Life and death, seen by the elder and old generation with theater eyes, opens essential and also humorous views and perspectives. At the same time, we tried to keep up with digital developments within our means. We started social media channels and later even a podcast. We tried to bring young and old together, which was not easy in these times. In the podcast, you can hear a mosaic of various voices, young and old, about themes as how to get together now and at opposite in earlier times, loneliness and being alone, romantic communication. In retrospect, it has become clear that the theme forms of communication in changing times has developed into the common thread of our new play, which will celebrate its premiere next week. After a long time on stage again, in these days, we have the final rehearsals where we repeat individual scenes of personal life stories, choreography and music. 18 members of the Alten Theater are looking forward to meet the audience after a long time. Our play will start with the words, "You know how much I'm waiting. When are you coming? Are you coming soon? Don't be late. Come today, for tomorrow I'll be old." Everything is changing in this time. We are changing. Reminiscence theater, this is what it's all about. Raise awareness of the value of reminiscence for older people and also for the whole community and even beyond. To bring the past into the present, to build bridges of understanding not only between nations, but also between generations in order to construct a common future. This is a great challenge today indeed. The idea of networking and cooperation is based on a common philosophy, respecting the individual forms and activities. We learn from each other, we share experiences and methods, we gain a lot for the future. In this sense, we wish our precious collaboration much success, a bit of luck, and a great deal of future. Thank you for listening and for your patience with my English.
I've been involved with PAM and RYCT professionally and as a volunteer for about 20 years now. I love the RYCT program. We've run it a lot in Camden in central London where I live. I love the physicality of it, the intimacy, the getting close, the dancing. And so when COVID hit and lockdown was with us, I hadn't a clue how we could continue. And I also felt very keenly that people with dementia and their families were desperate for support and for connection with other people, and they were going to miss out on our sessions. But of course, RYCT, as we've already seen, has gone on. And we're going to hear from Caroline Baker and Marenka Gabler now, who took up the reins and have carried on in central London with their work. So I'm going to hand over to Caroline for about 25 minutes, half hour. If there's time, we will take questions then. But if not, we're going to go straight on to Hannah and Blanca from the Czech Republic, and we'll take questions at the end. Is that okay? All right, over to you, Caroline.
Thank you very much, Sue. Just like to say that what we will share today has been contributed by everybody who's been involved in the project. So thank you to Sue, to many of the volunteers, many of the apprentices who are here today, especially to Catherine Guilfoy, whose substantial and insightful work has really informed what I'm going to share today. And also to Pam, of course, who's led us through this time too. So we're going to start off with a short extract from a film that we made for the Dementia Congress, where Pam explains RYCT in its traditional form. So Marenka is going to operate the tech. So if we could show the film, please, Marenka. We haven't got any sound at the moment, Marenka.
My name is Pam Schweitzer, and I'm the director of the European Reminiscence Network. And together with colleagues from our project, I'm going to share our experience of the impact of COVID-19 on our highly interactive project. The project's called Remembering Yesterday, Caring Today. And it's aimed at people with dementia and their family carers who attend together. It was created a long time ago, 23 years ago, by the European Reminiscence Network, and it's been running across Europe and in this country for over 23 years. In this project, we're using reminiscence as a support in dementia care. Why are we doing that? Because we feel from our experience that it's a way of maximizing remaining memories and actually surprising people with dementia and their carers by how much they can remember. It emphasizes what people with dementia can still do, rather than, as so often is the case, measuring their deficits. It promotes communication and new friendships as people reminiscing in our groups find experiences from their own lives in common with one another. It increases a sense of identity as people, week by week over a 12-week period, exchange stories and find common ground and remember well their own lives and all their own experience. And we try to stimulate sensory and emotional memory through a variety of different kinds of stimuli. The key elements of the project, it begins with a 2-day training course for apprentices and volunteers who then support the project, having learned about the uses of reminiscence in dementia care. And the people attending these courses come from across the world as well as in the UK. We work in the UK with partner organisations, recruiting families to join the 12-week project. The 12 weekly sessions explore key themes in the life course and share memories. We use music and drama, dance and visual arts and handling objects and a great deal of sensory stimulation. So each project each session contains many different elements. And we also offer some separate sessions with the family carers to monitor and evaluate our project. The arrival of COVID-19 was catastrophic. All sessions stopped in March 2020 when the lockdown was imposed. Our families did not want the sessions to end. They had been proving a lifeline to participating families. They wished to continue in some way to meet and to share memories. And when we saw that this was going to be a long-term situation, we began to explore digital alternatives to these face-to-face meetings. Some families were very wary of joining Zoom. Others agreed to be guinea pigs. And we held some pilot sessions using Zoom, and my colleague Caroline Baker is going to talk to you now about how we prepared those sessions and some of the ways we found to substitute for the participatory elements of the main course that we run. Over to Caroline.
Thank you, Pam. So we had 8 of our 12 sessions already.
We can stop there. Yeah.
Created a really nice group dynamic with lovely relationships blossoming, and we thought it was really important.
You can stop there, Marinka. Thank you. So Marinka's going to put up a slide presentation in a minute, which will bring up some of the learning that we experienced. So Pam talked about the trial, which was the last 4 sessions in a Camden group, which we did in 2020. We then had a large pause because we weren't quite sure how we were going to continue on, and got ourselves together. And in 2021, we did, with Catherine Guilfoyle leading through Resonate Arts, a Westminster-based Remembering Together, which is the same as Remembering Yesterday, Caring Today, RYCT. And we also did an RYCT program in Greenwich in 2021 as well. Currently, we are doing a blended group in Camden. We started off online, did 3 Zoom meetings, and then went live. And we are at now penultimate week in that current program. So if we can have slide 1, please, Marinka. So we found out that it was really important that people could use their equipment and had a suitable home environment and support within the home to manage the IT. So, for example, we found in Westminster, we had one of our gentlemen who was a musician who had just had a phone, and he wasn't really very technically strong. So Catherine identified this and identified support so that he was able to use a laptop, and also given a technical support person to be with him in the session to support him and as a carer, but also technically. Additionally, we had to make sure that the light was there. I know my light's not great today, apologies for that there was no noise interference, and that the Wi-Fi was a reasonable signal. There was one session I remember when our apprentice Maria had to step in a breakout room because I lost my Wi-Fi connection. So luckily she was there, gave her a message in the chat room, and she took over leading. So thank you for that, Maria. We also thought it was important that people with dementia who joined the project had a reasonable concentration level. We all know how difficult it is to concentrate on a screen for long periods of time, but particularly for some people with dementia. Also, we'd have a smaller number of families within our sessions. So that indicated that if we had good group commonalities, there would be more likelihood of being able to create those bonds and those relationships. So Catherine managed to recruit 2 Muslim men and a family where the daughter had converted at some stage in her life to Islamism and had lived in Malaysia, and a lovely white British family who loved storytelling and reminiscing. Next slide, please, Marinka.
Caroline, just bear with me 1 minute. Sorry.
Yeah, Sure. I'll just start talking about the next slide, where we found that it was really important to have an introductory session, and a session which introduced the idea of doing RYCT on Zoom, but that wouldn't overwhelm people with technical things that perhaps would be too much to cope with. We wanted them to have a good time and to also identify any support that they might need. We found that organising carers meetings was quite difficult. Excuse me. Very often we had a son or a daughter who was actually the family carer working with the person with dementia in the family couple, and they often worked full time. So organising carer separate meetings was problematic. We're in Westminster, we aimed to have 3. We had 2 which were quite successful. And in Greenwich, we had 2 evaluation sessions with carers only. And we found that that was one of the real benefits of Zoom, that it was recorded, that whole evaluation by the carers. We also called people between sessions in the Westminster group. We only had 1 hour to share memories there. And we just felt it wasn't enough time for people to feel listened to or to share their memories. So Kath and I divided the families between us and made the calls, which were actually delightful to actually speak to people about what was upcoming and how they were finding the sessions. And it was also a benefit to the people with dementia whose memories were triggered about the particular theme upcoming, and would often share completely different memories when we got to the Zoom meeting. So really extending the memory. We, in the end, agreed that 1.5 hours was about the right session for being able to concentrate for our groups on Zoom, although with flexibility, so that if we felt that people were lagging in concentration, we could say, let's finish the meeting at 1 hour and a quarter, or wherever it felt about right. We used breakout rooms, and we felt that they could actually, and did actually, have the effect of being able to deepen memories, give more time to people, and enable people to feel listened to. We've also found it was important that when we came back from a breakout room and fed to the larger group, that it was really clear who was facilitating that feedback. We didn't want to have 2 or 3 people saying things, and for other people who joined us to find difficulty in focusing and concentrating on the screen that they needed to maximise their benefit. It was great actually being in people's houses, because you had objects around you and photographs around you, and there was one daughter who had a beautiful fruit bowl that she remembered that she had brought for her mother on her very first wage packet when we did the first jobs session. And also in the Greenwich group, a gentleman had a huge painting which was actually done by the best man as a wedding gift for the family. So that was able to be brought into the frame and shown really very close, something you couldn't really do in a face-to-face group. And we also found that personal photos had a great impact. Next slide, please, Marenka. And here in the right-hand corner is a personal photo of me as a baby with my mum, and some of the objects that I might have brought to a face-to-face session. We tried this, where we emailed out to each participant in a very personal way, dear Rose and Fred, a stimulus for the next generation session. And we also invited people to have a chat with their partner if they had time pre-Zoom meeting, so that we'd already begun to think about some of the memories that might be shared. And if I could have the screen camera to me, if that's all right, Marenka, because I just wanted to show a little bit about using objects, where we actually perhaps brought a satchel out in the school days session, invited people to think what they might have taken to school in their satchel. A school tie, perhaps, or a particular book that related to school memories, or conkers that you might play with in the playground. In addition, we primed people about bringing a glass and some bubbly in the glass. So when we got to the wedding session, we were able to all say cheers together, and those of us who were in the team were able to throw confetti because they'd been primed to do that. So you can imagine if there was about 6 frames with people throwing confetti and everybody cheering, that it was a lovely kind of celebration of the new bride and groom. We also trialed things like soundscapes, which were pretty well disastrous when you listen to them on the recordings. However, when they were doing them, it was fun. We tried miming. So in the getting ready to go out, Pam might have got people to put on, their lipstick, did their hair, shaving lotion, etc., which worked quite well. But I think we noticed that we needed to speak at the same time as doing that so that the people were able to focus. Next, please, Marinka. And here we've got, after this frame, we've got a Greenwich couple who, again, have showed a very personal photo, and you can see a lovely picture of that. If we passed it around a group, it wouldn't have had the same impact as actually filling up the screen. This couple really sort of said that it was very difficult to make friendships on the Zoom method, whereas in face-to-face groups, it would be different, having the tea, the cake, the social time, the sort of the informality that we can also have along with that side with the activities. However, Margaret also said that doing these Zoom meetings had brought back her confidence. And since doing them, she'd surprised herself. They both do a Zoom meeting for a church group regularly. And Margaret said she'd never spoken up, but having done these Zoom meetings, was able to now speak up in her church group. Next one, please, Marinka. And this gentleman is very softly spoken. He's 90 years old. So being able to tell us on Zoom some of his stories where they could actually manage the volume meant that he was able to articulate and communicate more effectively than he was in a face-to-face situation, as well as being able to show us this wonderful picture of his family, his first wife, his children, and the wonderful Chinese cooking that he did. He's actually written more than a dozen books on Chinese cooking. Next frame, please. And in our final session, we do appreciations, and here a son appreciates his nomadic tribes boy father who came from Iran, who had a passion for education. So Iraj actually began learning underneath a tree in the desert in Iran, and gained a scholarship and went on to Shiraz and then to the UK and became a landmark engineer. So I think this sort of illustrates very beautifully in a very dynamic way on the Zoom frame all of the aspects, or many of the aspects of Iraj. And if you could bring the frame back to myself, please, now, Marinka. And one of the elements that Iraj mentioned was his wedding ceremony, where they used an Iranian ritual, which comprised of having 2 sticks. And so Kath and I thought we could actually bring this to life a little bit. So within the wedding Zoom meeting, we both had sticks, and we both kind of did the tribal fight that Iraj had kind of told us about that happened in his tribal culture. So that was kind of another way of trying to bring some of the different modes of communication to life within the RYCT process. Next frame, please. And the next frame is feedback. So I'll just let you have a brief look at this. One of the key things is many people said that Zoom is much better than not meeting at all. And the final comment leads on to introducing Marinka properly to you. Marinka is an artist who we employed to work as a facilitator, artist, and as a technical support for us in Greenwich. And she brought her artistic skills, which really enhanced the project. So final frame, please, Marinka. And there she is, and she's doing a recap, which is what we do at the end and the beginning of each session. So I'm going to now hand over to Marinka. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Thank you, Caroline. That was a really beautifully illustrated talk about the sessions. in England, reporting from the Netherlands here today. I like to talk about my involvement briefly with these reminiscence sessions that went online on Zoom, as Caroline explained. And when I was approached by Pam, I was asked firstly to be involved as the technical facilitator, because it was the second time the sessions were running on Zoom, and there were still ways of trying to find a path of how can we get the most out of this, and how can we do this. And it was not long after the first session, I think, that Pam suggested to me that I start drawing myself, not myself, but drawing things that came up, the stories that people were telling. So whilst the sessions were going on, I would try and pick out little bits of story and make little illustrations that would maybe trigger somebody to look back at it. And because I have an artist background, I thought it was a brilliant idea. And during the 8 sessions that we did together, I tried to find different ways of using my artistic skills to illustrate. So I'd like to share this PowerPoint and show some images. Bear with me 1 second. Where I will show, oops, the work that I did. And it really started with the sketches that Caroline actually already showed. Yeah, I've got it now. Okay, so I started with these sketches here in the beginning. We were talking about first job, so it was session 3, and there were 3 different participants with their carers, and each took turns in talking about their first jobs in their lives, their start of their lives, and I picked up on it. So there's Margaret there on the top. She was talking about getting a secretarial job. Jill was talking about shorthand there on the right, and Jim had worked in a print shop. So I would pick up on little stories and just try to draw a character, not very realistically, just a little illustration showing key elements. So here, Margaret was talking about going to work by bus. There's the Tower Bridge, but these little scribbles are just really quick, and I could show them straight after when people had spoken about it in a sort of recap that we talked about. But then also I like the idea of exploring them a bit more and making them a bit bigger. So when for the next session, which was really about weddings and starting your life, I took the time between 2 sessions, so between the session of the weddings and the next week, to make a bit of an art piece about it. So I incorporated everybody's wedding moments, which had particular elements about going off in a caravan or being near the River Seine. And I made a big collage of this, and then was able to show it on the screen in the next following session. So as a sort of recap to what we did before. And during this process, I kept looking for different ways to illustrate. Obviously, I had to make sure that it was figurative, so people could recognize images. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be photorealist. It wouldn't necessarily have to be Margaret there in the left corner at the bottom, but the high stool would tell the story. So the session after that, I tried something else. So it was really a whole experimental way of being creative about it. So I looked at these 19th century silhouettes images and found inspiration in doing cutouts and collage. And here you see a story about a couple who started their life living on a boat on the River Seine. And it also involves the husband going off to a football game. He was a reporter, and I put all the stories of the 3 families together in one big collage in the end, and again showed them at the next session. What was also nice about it is that we could let people respond to the images themselves. I didn't just have to explain, oh, now you're looking at Henry standing in the street, but they would come up and say like, oh, look there, yes, I remember. That's what the boat looked like, or yes, indeed, we put the pram in the garden. But you know, there were also some times where I actually got it a little bit wrong, and there was this one drawing of 2 children walking to school, the big brother and the little sister, and the participant managed to tell me, no, I was the little brother and my sister was bigger, so you drew them wrong, which was actually quite nice because, you know, people come back with their memories and they can correct me, so it didn't really matter. Here at the bottom you see a sort of 2 pawns and a little board. I wanted to do some sort of, you know, like a toy game board, because these people moved so many times. So I tried to find little quirky ways of illustrating their stories. Then in the following session, which was about the next generation and, you know, people starting to have a family, I thought of making birth cards, then with the names of the children and little stories that were told in that context. So here's one of those cards. I even made them like a fold-out card, and then inside I would also make a drawing. Here you see a picture of a man with a little baby, and this was taken from a photograph, because in the sessions, as Caroline pointed out, we also used other imagery to help us tell stories, and sometimes people would send in photographs that I could then use to maybe copy a little bit and make it more recognizable, and I enjoyed that very much. So here's also a photograph, well, a drawing of a photograph of 3 siblings when they were little. This is another inside of a birth card with little snippets of story. It would be about the West Side Story or a pint. There are all stories connected to all these drawings. And in the final session on Zoom, it was about travels. And again, I came up with a different idea. You know, it wasn't, I didn't want to find a permanent format. So I was just being creative and seeing what worked. So in this case, I made a little carousel, and where every participant was telling a particular story, a travel story. It was quite a nice idea to take one key element of the travel, so say the helicopter or a bicycle, and then use the first letter of their first name, as if it's a little children's book. This was also became a nice little game where people were guessing, oh, whose story was this? And the next week they were guessing, was it Ian? Oh yes, Ian's story. He went cycling holiday. Or Mark, he used to go kiting by the sea. Or was it James, who always sat in the boot of his parents' car when they went on holiday? Kind of particular stories. But also very interestingly, we asked people to participate in drawing. So luckily there was one lady, Jane, who was a carer for her sister, and she was an artist herself, and she made this beautiful drawing of her first job in a bookshop, where she was so engaged in reading that she neglected the all the people in the shop. But just this to say that I think that
Marenka, just 1 or 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I finished this PowerPoint anyway. Just to say that for me, using art in the sessions was a very valuable way of trying to use my own medium and see how I could engage with people and how people could be engaged through art and through drawing, recollecting stories, and also to inspire other people to use that medium. that was actually what I wanted to say. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much. Are we going back to Caroline? No, we're not. Brilliant. That was really, really inspirational. I'm sorry I didn't take part. As you've been speaking, there have been lots of comments coming up. It took courage to do this. It's brilliant. You've adapted so quickly. Using the sketches and drawings, wonderful illustrations, how brilliant. That was a really, really creative piece of work that you achieved there. It's just wonderful presentation, the way you presented it. Very, very good indeed. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So we're now going to move on to Hanna and Blanka from the Czech Republic. As we've just seen, people are very skilled in the way they are delivering our YCT during COVID. And I think Hanna and Blanka, you're going to tell us about the training you have used during this last period. So over to you, and at the end, hopefully we'll have time for some questions for Caroline Marenka and Hanna and Blanka. So Hanna, take the floor, please.
So thank you very much for the word. We are very happy we can be here with you. And we will now present our experience from the COVID period. And we have divided the presentation in our team. First, we will talk about the training of apprentices, and it will be the topic which will be presented by Blanka. And in the afternoon, we will talk more about the families. So now Blanka will present. Blanka Jirkovská.
Yeah. Thank you, Hanna, for the word. Once more, everyone, very warm greetings from our Czech Republic Reminiscence Group. Today there are 3 of us, Hanna and also Hanka, who is here, and me. We are representing the group of now 7 ladies who are taking part on the reminiscence activities in our Czech center. So I'll share the presentation, or the first part of the presentation. The second one will be in the afternoon. Is it possible to see it, everyone?
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. I'll give it on the full screen. Right, so sorry, I don't know what happens. Today we start with the topic how or what we did during the last 2 years of the pandemic time with apprentices, and in the afternoon we'll speak about work with the families in the frame of RYCT training project. My role was to coordinate the RICT project, or the last wave of it, where Hanna Janečková was the project guarantor, and Hanka Číšková is the head of our Reminiscence Center. Just a brief history of the Reminiscence Center in Prague, Czech Republic. This was established in 2015 as the registered association. Hanna and Hanka and 3 other ladies were the 5 people who established it. Now our group is a bit different, but Hanna and Hanka are the person or the people who are always here for our Czech reminiscence activities. So what we did during the last 2 years with the new RICT training project and with our apprentices.
Blanko?
Yeah?
Blanko, nepohybujou se obrázky.
Aha, so, thank you. So I will share it once more. Give me a second. I don't know what happened. Thank you, Hannah, for your recommendation. So once more. Sorry. Right. So.
Vždycky se zeptej, jestli to naskočí.
Yeah. Can you see the actual
Ano.
slide now? Okay. Yeah. So it was the 5th wave of the Czech RICT project, which started in 2020. Again, we got some money, some grant from the Prague City Council, which is every time very, very nice for us to rent some rooms for our project, because we don't have any permanent place to do our reminiscence activities, and also to buy some food on our sessions and other materials we need. There were 6 lectures, which you can see, 3 of us. This is our colleague Jitka, Kveta, and Pavlina, and then our new lecturer Pavla came into our group. So there are 7 of us nowadays as lectors. The new thing, which was really the first one in the 5th wave of our ICT project, was the implementation of the admission interviews, because we wanted to demonstrate somehow the responsibility of our apprentices to take part in this 1.5 year long project. So we decided to do the interviews. Some of them were taken by me and Hanka Čišková face-to-face, and some of them were taken as phone calls, because not every one of our future apprentices lives in Prague, and it was quite complicated for them to come to see us face-to-face. So we did it, and we prepared some not exact questions, but broader topics to speak about with them. For example, what's their motivation to come into quite a long training in reminiscence? What's their professional background, if they worked with people with dementia before, or it's their first time? And also we prepared 4 or 5 different case studies. It were just several sentences about some critical situations which happened during the previous RICT projects. And we would like to know how they think, how they would solve the situation, because our RICT projects are every time a lot about flexibility, and even people who work with those with dementia for many years, tens of years, I believe that still there are situations they come in for the first time, and then also for the apprentices, it's quite important to solve it somehow. So that was also quite interesting part of the admission interview. Finally, 4 women and 1 young man entered the training. The last thing we did face-to-face before everything was closed was the 2-day introductory training for our new apprentices. It took place during 2 days in September 2020. And we had new rented rooms, very nice rooms, as you can see on the pictures, in the palliative care organization called Way Home. It's situated not in the Prague city center, but it's quite well reachable by bus or by train. And they have really new nice spaces and with a small kitchen and some other rooms which they rent to different people. So here we have our new apprentices. This is the young man, very original. I think he is about 24 years old now. He reached the bachelor degree, I think, in social, as a social worker. And now he's taking the 2-year course of being plumber. So he has a really interesting background, but also working as a volunteer with old people, helping them. So I think he's the man in the right place in our reminiscence group. Then here is a young woman who works in Brno. This is the second biggest city in the Czech Republic, as a social worker. This lady is a local politician and also, I think, head of one house for the elderly in Prague. This lady lives in a smaller town next to Prague, and she's also head of the home for the elderly people. And this lady is retired, and she worked previously as a nurse at the geriatric ward in the hospital. So really people of different age, of different background, but the group works together very well. During the 2 days, the introductory training, we did some theoretical part, we did some first training how to do with people with dementia, and we also defined the goals, values and principles of our group. Here, as you can see, even though it's in Czech, we divided the goals specifically for families, what we want to reach in our families, our ICT project, the specific goals for guests, that means for the people with dementia included in our project, goals for our apprentices, our assistants, and also we as the lecturers of the project were developing our own goals. And the goal for each of this special group was including humor in our ICT projects. Our values and principles were, for example, openness, transparency, respect to the difference. We wanted to protect the guests as well as ourselves. We want to keep some professional ethic, to behave responsibly, to learning by doing system, and other principles which we wanted to keep during the whole project. This was one of the last, let's say, live pictures before the pandemic situation worsened, so we weren't able to meet in person. Our team of our lecturers were thinking hardly what to do, because we somehow started our new RICT project and we wanted to go on. So it took some time, and we knew that it was not possible to meet with our families in the classical way, how the previous 4 waves of our RICT project ran. So what we did, we decided to postpone the traditional RICT project into the better times, but we want to go on in a contact with our new apprentices. So our decision was to organize online meetings only with our apprentices, and we did different work with the families, which will be the topic of Hannah in the afternoon today. During autumn 2020, when the pandemic situation in the whole world was one of the most challenging ones, we did 3 online meetings, as you can see here in the picture, and we did 4 another online meetings during winter and spring 2021. In 2020, we divided each of the online meetings as a combination of theoretical reminiscence knowledge, of some practical task of apprentices. We invited different guests, friends and colleagues from the previous RICT waves, or some people who have some nice connection with reminiscence here in the Czech Republic. So I would say that our online meetings were quite colorful, and they included different parts what to give to our apprentices, not only to speak theoretically, but from each meeting to each meeting, there were about 2 or 3 weeks time, and they had some tasks to do, which they presented in the next meeting. The first topic was Place of My Heart. Second one was our school times, and third one was Advent time and Christmas. So we also did something like, for example, Caroline showed that we showed some objects on the screen and wanted to connect somehow, even though not face-to-face. So yeah, I think the flexibility was number one, not only in RICT projects when we meet face-to-face, but also in this online form. And sometimes we try also to play the roles of the families, even though families wasn't included in this because it was complicated for them. Not everyone was able to use the technique and to be online. But we try in some parts of these meetings also to perform the role of our guests and do some small RICT online meetings, but like a theater, not like we do in the normal conditions. Because these online meetings were something extra, and we know we want to go on with the traditional RICT project after the pandemic situation will not be so complicated. We asked our apprentices to pay a little amount of money for these extra online meetings, and everyone agreed. The topics we included in the next 6 meetings in online meetings in 2021 were reminiscence theater. We were making collages. Next topic was reminiscence in hospital, solving difficult situations which can arise during working with people with dementia in our ICT project. Food, every time a good topic. Reminiscence in the municipality, and the closing ceremony. So as you can see, all of these topics could be done in a traditional face-to-face way, but we tried to do it somehow in the online form. So of course it wasn't able to perform it like in live sessions, but there were also some short collage exhibitions which our apprentices did during the time between our online sessions. We did some small theater performance also online, and yeah, it was possible to do it only differently.
Blanca, can I just let you know you've only got 5 more minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Sue. I know, and this is like the one of the last slides, and I also want to ask Hannah to add me somehow. Now or after the worst pandemic wave, we started the live sessions with our apprentices in autumn of the previous year, and we did 8 live sessions with our families, our guests, our apprentices. The last one was previous week, and tomorrow we go on with the following project called Forget Me Not. Maybe Hannah and Hanka will speak about it during the afternoon session. So last word of me is something that we didn't sleep during the pandemic situation, even though the conditions were very much different. We tried to stay in contact with our apprentices and somehow with our families as well. So during the last 3 minutes, please, Hannah or Hanka, can you add something to our apprentices' work during pandemic?
Thank you, Blanca, very much. You were very concrete in the presentation of our activities with apprentices during the pandemic time. I want perhaps just explain this symbol of forget-me-not flower. It was an idea which we used for the new project, and we were inspired by the dementia-friendly communities. I am sure you know about these communities, the symbol of which is forget-me-not flower. In Holland, in Ireland, in Scotland, everywhere, all over the world. So we thought it would be nice to use this symbol. And it also became a symbol of our national action plan for the Alzheimer's and other cognitive impairments. And the flower was drawn by one of our guests with dementia. The one man in the last cycle of RYCT was a painter, and so we asked him to draw this forget-me-not flower, and we tried to implement it also in the national level. So just to explain.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That was very, very interesting. It's lovely to see the dedication of those of you who led those training sessions, and that people still wanted to come forward during the pandemic to learn more and to be able to practice this the RYCT approach, and I hope they are able to follow through with that.
He's a senior Atlantic Fellow for Equity and Brain Health and the Global Health Institute, and she's also the co-founder of Lewy Body Ireland, and a communications lead for dementia trials in Ireland. She's got a huge long-standing interest in reminiscence, and she's the founder of Lakenhay Reminiscence Theatre, and a member of the Dementia Inclusive Forget Me Not Choir, which I've had the pleasure of hearing singing at a wonderful conference in Dublin a few years ago. And she's also a volunteer with the Near FM community radio. Karen, welcome to this afternoon's session. And I'm going to ask Karen to share her slides on the screen, which hopefully will behave themselves at this moment, and kick off.
Hey, thanks so much, Sally, for that lovely introduction. And it's lovely to see everybody again today. Thank you for a lovely morning. I've really enjoyed that. Absolutely gorgeous. And it's a shame we're not in person, because as Pam was saying, we would be having all these lovely chats over a bowl of soup and a chat, and then we'd be all saying, quick, get back in, it's starting again, you know, but we're here now. So, and I'm very hopeful that Anne-Marie will get to see each other again in the Netherlands at some stage, and that'll be just lovely. So I'm going to share, and I have a little bit of participation for everybody. So I'm going to just start with this one here. And this is, and I'll get this one, who can see recording on, get rid of that. So let's go to the top of this one from the beginning. So reminiscence is a shared activity. And we all know that. That's why we're all here today, is because I suppose, starting with Pam, the whole idea and the notion of reminiscence and something that you can engage with people is a wonderful, it's a wonderful way of spending time together, but it is a shared thing. Reminiscence isn't something that you give to somebody and they give it back to you, you do it together. And this is a lovely little booklet that I will share with you, and there are loads of tips and tricks in there, which was really useful during the pandemic for people in care homes and for people at home who maybe had a carer that didn't know their client very well. So they wanted to find some ways to become a little bit of a detective. How do you connect with somebody who maybe isn't very verbal, or who maybe is finding the whole thing a little bit strange? So I'll share with you this one, Finding the Fun in Dementia. So this is our family here. So this is the one and only family photo that we have. And it's this one here. My dad died when we were quite young. And so we grew up as a family with our mum, and then our mum got Alzheimer's disease in 2012. So that was a tricky time for us. And for about a year or two, we struggled as a family, kind of going, how are we going to work this out? Because mum had been such an independent person for such a very long time. We thought, well, how are we going to find a new way to connect with mum? And then we found the answer through music and through poetry. And so this is my lovely family here. These are my siblings. My gorgeous brother, Michael, unfortunately died in 2020, the 5th of May, 2020. He didn't die from COVID, he died from a heart attack, the exact same way that my dad died. And that was a bit of a trauma for our family again. But again, how do you connect? You connect through music, you connect through poetry, you connect any which way you can. You find the ways, because, you know, you need to keep going as a family. This lovely picture here was taken at our conference in the Marine Hotel. This was the night that the Forget Me Nots sang. This is my sister Maggie, who lives in Scotland. And these are my three sisters here. Orla founded the choir. Fiona is the girl who does all of the digital marketing. And then Maggie lives in Edinburgh and supports us when she can. This is Pembe, who came from Botswana and became one of Mam's best friends. She was a gorgeous minder for my mum. And this is my own family here. So why did I show you all the photographs? Because photographs are a great way to connect. If you know a person, or if you don't know a person, if you can find some old photographs, who's that? Who's that? You know, this is a really nice way to connect with people in a nursing home or in a home environment. And then what is reminiscence? Well, there are triggers, and we all know what the triggers are. So there are triggers that we smell, triggers we taste, we see, we hear, and we touch. And any one of these was a trigger for my mother, some good, some bad. So all you had to do is produce even a photograph of cod liver oil would be enough to get my mother off again. She said, yes, that spoonful every day, it's very good for you. Yes, it was. We had a spoonful of that every day of our lives. Milk and magnesia didn't matter what was wrong with you. You had a spoon of milk and magnesia, whether you wanted it or whether you didn't. If you even rubbed your eyes for more than a second, out came the Optrex and that little blue eye bath. And that was what you did. And so I put some triggers in there for me, from my childhood. One of the things was bird's custard. I loved having that on a Sunday afternoon. The Beano, my brother Michael, I was telling you about him. That was his particular favorite comic, the Beano. I loved Sparkle, which was the earliest one I could remember, but I actually remember Jackie as well. We had that as teenagers, and it was kind of a wild thing to have. Getting advice from Kathy and Clare was very risque in the 70s in Ireland. Bay City Rollers, my very favorite group in the 70s when I was growing up. And Woman's Weekly, that was reminding me of my mum. She was always knitting. And even much later on in her disease, she was still able to read a knitting pattern, K1, P2, knit 1, purl 2, pass the slip stitch over. You know, she could read it as if it was, you know, hieroglyphics. She was well able to read any knitting pattern anywhere. Lavender soap, a gorgeous thing. I still have lavender soap in my house. The smell of it reminds me of my mother. We had baths on a Saturday night. Back in our day, we had one bath once a week and it was on a Saturday night. And then we had these things called after baths. So after baths were sweets. And you can see spangles there. So spangles, we couldn't get them in Ireland. We only got them when somebody visited us from either the north of Ireland or from Scotland. Or we had lots of cousins in Scotland, or from England. We had cousins in England as well. So to get spangles was an absolute treat. And they were called our after baths. So what are the shared memories? And why are memories important? Well, if we have shared memories, it's like remembering something that everybody remembers at the same time. So the moon landing, I was very young. I was born in 1965, and this happened in 1969, but I still have a vague memory of it being a very important thing that happened because everyone was talking about it. Everyone was talking about putting a man on the moon. This is a shared memory for lots of people who are joining us here from the UK. This is the World Cup, 1966. Anyone who's Irish, I see Mark is on the call today. How could you ever forget Italia 90? That was just a big deal. For us, it still is. We got to the quarterfinals of the World Cup and it's where we won it. For anyone who's Scottish, this was a lovely moment in Scottish history here. And this is for our Welsh friends, is when they won the Grand Slam in the rugby. But these are all the shared memories that when we are trying to connect with somebody, if you can find something that was huge in world news or in sporting news or in musical news or in Oscar time or Eurovision or anything at all to make a connection, that's the thing you use. And you try loads of different ways until you find something that can make a connection. So I set up Making Hay Reminiscence Theatre Company as an offshoot of the Forget-Me-Nots Choir. So the Forget-Me-Nots Choir was set up by my sister Orla in 2014 when Mum, 2 years into her dementia. And it was a gorgeous way for not just Mam, but for all of our neighbours to connect together through old songs. And then we discovered that it wasn't just old songs that we were able to sing. We have a very talented musical director, and those who are in Dublin can remember Nora Walsh. Not only did she sing old songs like Daisy, Daisy, Give Me Your Answer To, but she introduced new songs to the repertoire so that we had to learn new songs. And in the pandemic, in the last 2 years, we've been on Zoom twice a week, every week. And not only have we been learning new songs, we've been learning brand new songs that have been commissioned for the Forget-Me-Nots Choir. So there's no even musical reference for these songs. These are brand new. We're learning them from a score, and we're learning harmonies, and we're performing them and recording them virtually. So a choir that we're made up of a third. So there's about a third have dementia, about a third are caregivers or family members, and a third are volunteers. So from this wonderful group of volunteers and choir members, we now have been able to do, we've now done 4 different recordings at home in a pandemic. How? Because we tried loads of different ways to do it, and the most successful way was the final way. The first one was the hardest. We tried to record We'll Meet Again, Dame Vera Lynn, and it was very tricky, so I said I'd make a video. So I made a video on my phone, and the first attempt at the video didn't work at all because I said, just go to the app store, download this, upload that. And there's a guy in our choir, Canis Kelly, who is a former CEO, And he said, Karen, he said, upload and download. I don't even know what you're talking about. He said, will you go back to the beginning? He says, and don't be telling me what the App Store is. He says, show me a picture. So I went back into the video again. And it took 5 iterations of that video to make it absolutely, as we called it, Canis Kelly proof. And Canis Kelly said, you've now passed the Canis Kelly test. So, and every time we tried to explain something, we had Canis Kelly as our person who said, okay, yes, I understand it. And now I can make a recording on my own at home using my own headphones. So that worked really, really well. So how do you capture memories? Well, you just keep digging. So that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to do a little bit of digging. And I'm going to ask everybody if you could put in the chat box, is there a particular year that you remember? Is there a year maybe from the 50s or the 60s or the 70s? Maybe the 80s. It could be the 90s or the noughties or more recently, but is there a particular year when I ask you, pick a favorite year that you remember, one that stands out in your memory? Throw it in the chat box and tell us, what year is it that stands out for you as a memory? And then I'm going to ask you, is there a particular reason why that year jumped out? Was it the year maybe that you left school? Was it the year you got married? Was it the year that you started college? Was it the year you went abroad? Was it the year that something really special happened? Or it could be something like, for me, if you ask me a year that jumps out, 1979, the year my dad died, that's a very formative year in my life. So like when we're asking people to remember a year, we're asking people to go back to their past. Sometimes it's lovely and sometimes it's a little bit difficult for people, but you know, the memories are your memories. And it's still very important that if you're chatting with somebody who is going back to a place in the past, to honor if they're going back to a favorite place or maybe a difficult place, but to honor the memory that they have and allow them to share the memory with you, be it difficult, be it, you know, a Spangles memory or a cod liver oil memory, but they're still our memories. So there's lots of triggers there. You know, for my mum, I highlighted the ones that were the most important one in our lives. So food, poetry books, letters, old letters, invitations to weddings were big deals. Fragrances, I mentioned lavender. There was another one that she absolutely loved, was called Yardley April Violets, gone off the market now. I've emailed them a number of times over the years saying, please bring back April Violets. It reminds me so much of my mother. And they say, yeah, we don't do that one anymore. You can have, so actually they very kindly sent me out a case of lavender and I was going, yeah, lavender's lovely, but it's actually not the same, but thank you anyway. So is there a memory? Is there a smell? So that's the other thing I'm going to ask you. Throw in the chat box. Is there a particular fragrance, a smell, a scent? Your mother's perfume? Is it Old Spice? Or what is it? Lifebuoy soap? Or is it something like maybe mothballs? That's just a dreadful smell in somebody's cupboard. Or is there a certain celebrity? Lucille Ball. My mother used to howl laughing at Lucille Ball. And in fact, when my first little girl was born, Mom said, why don't you call her Lucy? And I was going, oh my God, I couldn't, because all I can think of is, here's Lucy. So it was just a memory that my mother had. So my girl was called Dara instead. And this was this lovely little knitted doll that used to be, it decorated the toilet roll. This was a really important thing, was chic. It was 1970s chic, and any posh house anywhere where I grew up had one of these dolls, and my mother used to knit them. She loved them. The whisk there, the old-fashioned whisk, this was my mum. She was a great baker. She wasn't much of a cook, I'll tell you that for nothing, but she loved to bake. And she also loved to garden. So all these lovely implements, when Mum was much, you know, further into her dementia and she couldn't get out to the garden, she was in a wheelchair at that stage, we brought the garden into her. So we brought in all her garden tools and she planted lovely things in her conservatory so she could look out at her garden, but she loved holding the tools. And I know that was mentioned earlier this morning as well. It's even just the tactile thing of holding something that you have a lovely memory of. I'm going to do a big hands up and hands fantastic for iPads, because we spent lots of wonderful afternoons with my mum finding old things like the twin tub washing machine there, and she would tell you stories about how it used to leak, and it would usually leak just about lunchtime when kids were coming home from school and the floor would be swimming. And instead of having a lunch, you'd cycle 2 miles home to get your lunch. Instead of having a lunch, you'd end up having to, you know, mop up the entire kitchen because the twin tub had leaked yet again. Memory books, stamps, old TV shows, and especially poetry books. So I'm going to show you here poetry books. These were two of my mother's favourites. I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud, and these are favourite poems we learnt in school. These really were a wonderful way to connect with our mum. Towards the very end, when she was in the hospice and she could no longer speak, but she could certainly conduct. So as we were sharing poetry with her in beautiful moments, you know, that gorgeous one of Robert Frost's is one of her favourites, and she'd conduct it, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. And woe betide if you tried to speed up any of the poetry. She just loved the rhythm and the cadence of the poems. Nursery rhymes, she loved them. It reminded her not just of when we were small, but when our kids were small, and that she was such a wonderful hands-on granny. So these are the whole clues. Become a detective in your own home. Ask clues, find clues, ask questions, reconnect and reminisce. So I'm going to stop sharing there, and I'm going to have a quick look at the chat box and see, yes, what came up for people in the chat. Sally Knocker says, poems so important for memories, love affairs, countries, sad memories and adventures. Sally Knocker, gorgeous. Tell us a little bit about that. I'm going to work backwards through the chat.
Yes, poetry is my favorite kind of creative medium. So it chart at various points in my life. I in terms of writing poetry or reading other people's poetry, it often takes me to particular places. The only problem with me is often it's associated with sometimes I write more poetry when I'm sad. So if someone read back my poetry, they might think I was constantly depressed, either in love or depressed. It's both extremes. But yeah, I love a range. Brian Patton, Mary Oliver, various amazing writers and poets. So I really hope somebody reads poetry to me, because it's something about the rhythm of it as well that really takes me on a journey and would be really important to me.
Fantastic, Sally. And what's really important about poetry, and we discovered this not just with caring for our own mum, but in the Forget-Me-Nots when we were on Zoom for the last 2 years, it's very difficult as a choir to sing together. It's impossible, in fact. Let's just put it out there. It is absolutely impossible to sing together in harmony on Zoom. So we muted and we all sang, you know, to ourselves with each other, but not in the same room at the same time. But what we did do is we found different ways to connect through party pieces. So we would allow one person to unmute and they would sing a song and share it with everybody. But also poetry really was important during that time, the last 2 years. So people were choosing favorite poems. So Pam Ayres became quite an important person in our lives, because 3 of our members loved Pam Ayres and loved the little bit of levity that Pam Ayres gave to us as well. And Mary Oliver. Yeah, Mary Oliver was quite a star as well, you know, and we had some darker moments too. You know, we lost a lot of people during the last 2 years. You know, I mentioned I lost my brother. We lost so many members in our choir, and we'd honor them with a favorite song that they liked and with a favorite poem, and we allowed ourselves to be sad. And I know there was a lot of emotion this morning as well. And it's important to, you know, we've been through a really, really tough time all together. Excuse me. So it's important to just allow that emotion to come through. Kate White. Twin Tubs, yes. Go on, Kate, tell us your story about Twin Tubs.
Thank you so much, Karen, for making that so interactive. I had some tingly moments there with the fishing trip, Duna, and the various sort of things that other people's memories that take you on a journey yourself. That's what's so wonderful about these connections, isn't it? Immediately we all feel closer, even though we're many miles away from all of each other. That was a great session. Thank you so much. So I'm going to hand over to Catalonia now, although it's Menorca perhaps, and Catalonia. So Raoul and Duna have been running reminiscence groups since about 2005, I think, isn't it? And participating in RYCT projects pretty early on in Barcelona. And they're trying to bring more use of reminiscence into everyday life, not just obviously in sort of set groups, when using objects and sounds and music and textures that you can pick up very easily to sort of bring them to life in everyday life. So looking forward to hearing from you. I think you're going to do a double act, Raoul and Duna, and obviously hand over to you now for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We're super happy to share with you again. It's been a long time since we are not together, and we were discussing with Pam if it was necessary or not, and it's very necessary to meet and to share everything again with us. Duna que ens pots posar la... Yeah. Duna and me, we want to share a little bit what we've done during these 2 and something years, because the pandemic came for everybody, and we've been very emotional this morning with all the experiences we've got in home cares, because we felt it like the same. We feel it's exactly the same in every country. So we are all very brave, and we're happy to be here again. What happened with the pandemic? We were working. We were really working the day everything was closed. I was teaching reminiscence in a room, and somebody came and said, "Run, run, run! We're closing. You go home. Your job is finished." And we lost our job, and we had to stay at home and not earning any euro, anything. And then we decided to... No pots fer una presentació total, Duna?
Està total. No surt total?
No, sorry, it's technical things, but it's okay. And we decided to...
Wait.
Yeah, just a second. Oh, meanwhile, Karen, thank you. You are the reminiscence. I mean, you are reminiscence now. You make us go very far. Thank you. Now,
better?
Better.
So,
thank you, Duna.
Great.
So we were working. We finished our work, and we decided that we had to do something. We had to rebuild ourselves. So we just create a new company called Vincere. And for us, it's very important, the logo. If you can see this logo, that is for what dementia means for us. Dementia is in the brain, but the heart is very important. So this is this half brain, half heart, and that's dementia for us. And we can say just why and what we founded, and it's Vincere means for us. This V comes from validation, meaning giving value to everybody, respecting how they communicate, how they are, which their memories are, etc. VI, it comes from vinculation, making easy the relationship, making people feel that we trust them. Inclusion, making easy the relationship between people. Communication, letting people to communicate even if they cannot talk. We can communicate with non-verbal and with emotions, and the emotion is what we feel from the others and we share to the others. Cor, it means heart in Catalan, and it's all about this. Our work is the heart, and it comes all from our heart. And RE from respect, and RE, a big RE from reminiscence, that is with what where it all began. So we decided to create this, and with these 4 partners we are, Duna and me, and then this Annabelle and Javi, and the 4 of us are trained in reminiscence, validations, person-centered care, and we all are teaching. So we decided to start teaching, even though the pandemic were there. So we started teaching things and doing things with, well, that picture is just last kind of some week before pandemic started. And we felt at the beginning the difficulties to go inside the home cares. We were not able to go inside. So we were very anxious because we couldn't go inside the places where people are living. Then we had the problem or the difficulty of the face mask, but we learned that the emotions are in here. The emotions are in our eyes. So you can see at least the basic emotions to the people, even though they're using a face mask. We had to deal with fearness. The people were very scared about being close, being together, sharing spaces. So we had to deal with this, coping, of course, with all the mornings. You know, we lost people, but we lost freedom, we lost movement, we lost activities, we lost many things. Everything. But at the same time, we had to embrace the sorrow. People were suffering, but we wanted to stay there and help them to, well, to share it with us. Then we're not just working with people with dementia, we work with professionals, we work with students, we work with families, we work with institutions. So we started to work with families also, that Duna had been doing these nice exercises with families, not with all people, because it was not possible to go work together with the RYCT. It was not possible to be done. So we started with these special trainings for families.
And volunteers too.
And also volunteers. I don't want to, do you want to share something, Duna?
Yeah, well, there's a lot that you just explained some during the morning, but some people start to volunteer with old people, and we try to train a little bit about the emotions, about the reminiscence, about the triggers for doing and encourage his tools, that they usually don't have that tools, and we started with that, and it was amazing how to open the volunteers and the family cares were for that tools.
Duna, can you explain what the things on the heads are?
It was an exercise, little theater drama exercise. They have a word in that front, but they didn't have which one is. And there's peers about, and they need to found the peer.
But there's some, okay, so it was like a pair thing.
Partner.
Yeah, but there are some things about dementia or the dependencia, dependent.
Needing somebody to help you.
Yeah, and for what? For use the humor about the things that the family carers are doing in her homes. That it's so hard to stay with a person with dementia 24 hours, and we use the humor, and it was really funny. All the ladies start, well, it was so laughing.
Yeah, the main objective were to give tools to the relatives to work at home, because most of people were at home. So we said, yeah, now we have the opportunity to use your home, you use your objects, to use your memories, to communicate with your relatives. So that was very interesting. We also tried to help people to use the technology to communicate with their relatives in their home cares, because that was the only way to see their relatives. So we kind of rebuilt our classes and our trainings in order to help this part. And also with families, we try to fight against claudication, meaning when they say, oh, this is not possible, I cannot do anything because my relative is very deteriorated and he or she cannot remember. And then we try to give them tools like, yeah, well, let's see, can you use this? If you use that, letting them feel that that the communication was not ended, but they had opportunity to share and to communicate, to keep communicating. Then we've been teaching young students. We are determined to let them love gerontology, because usually young people like me and Duna, very young people, the young people are very scared about old people and dementia, and we want to. Duna is teaching this beautiful group of students that they are going to be kind of a social workers, and I've been teaching geriatric assistants, and that led us a new opportunity, because Juna had to do it alive, but I had to be online, and I thought, wow, that's the first month I was like, this is not going to happen. I am not going to teach online. And then in a month I was teaching online. I was super happy to do it. And then it happened something that maybe happened in your countries, that the people who is working as a geriatric assistants are usually people coming from other countries. They had language troubles, they had traveling mornings, meaning they miss the country, etc. So I started to work on this morning, like using reminiscence to get to their countries. And at the beginning I was using music, the songs they love, but I make it bigger, asking them how was their house. We make that exercise that how is your house? Can you go with me and show me how is your house? What was the smell? What was the taste? What was the and people started to feel very emotional, but they really grateful this, or say thank you for this, because they need to do this. Because if you have to work with people with dementia or not, but very old people in a home care, and you miss your parents in your country, you need to talk about this before working with them, because otherwise it's usually you put your energy on them, and when we work with people, we will not put our energy on them, because they have too many energies to deal with. So that was a very important thing to do. And then of course, we've been teaching online and using the tools we have, and the tools we learn to how to use it, and it is possible. As we are seeing today, it is easy to work with the reminiscence in an online meeting. It is possible. It's okay. We can do it. And as we had challenges, we had opportunities, and then we saw that opening a back, like maybe like this, to connect with things, and this is what reminiscence means. Maybe we can take this later on. And then, of course, we've been doing more things, because we want to share reminiscence in every place we can. So we've been doing some trainings with professionals, people working in home cares, like psychologists, occupational therapies, social workers, etc. And it's been very nice, even though we're using this face mask. We can enjoy, we can learn, we can make memory boxes. So everything we are used to do, we are happy to do it, and we are able to do it. And in these courses, of course, trainings, we've been teaching about how to use reminiscence, the benefits of the reminiscence, the skill of the practitioners, things that you all know, so we don't have to share, because this is not a training. And of course, always the do's and the don'ts, and how the significative elements impact on the emotional needs. We've been doing presentations in big places. We've been doing a certificate. We've been doing meetings, and now just in 3 weeks, June and me and our partners are going to Spain to teach and to train and to present reminiscence, so many people can enjoy this beautiful technique. And of course, we want to share something that we've done that I think you would love to. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah. And something that for us is very important is when we're working in home cares, that now we can really work again in home cares, is helping the professionals to use reminiscence, not just for like an activity or an exercise, but in the daily life, meaning when I'm having my hygiene, which is the smells I need, which is the way I used to be or to do my hygiene, or when I was at home, or how I like to wake up, and what makes me remember when you put this music or when you open the window. Can we use reminiscence in these special moments that are very important moments for the people? Having lunch, meaning lunch is very important. In the south of Europe, very, very important. We use like 2 or 3 hours to have lunch. So it is important to talk about lunch, to touch food, to smell food, to see things. And that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, Mark, applied reminiscence. Yeah,
and we are helping administrations too. They are trying to build a nursing home, and we started with the reminiscence at the beginning because the environment is so important to think previously.
And it's a very nice project because it's the city where I'm living. Tuna and me are doing this help. We're helping the professionals in order for them to understand that if we build the home care, thinking about reminiscence, thinking about the memories, the home care, it can be more charm, more cozy for people, so they can feel like at home. And it's very, here in Spain, they are not like home. They look like hospitals usually. So we are fighting for this, and of course, we had this beautiful project. We've been 2 years working on this. We are in touch with, well, we're working with a very big company of perfumes, and they did for us 50 smells. Wonderful. But we organize it for 8 stages. So childhood, young teenagers, when you grow up, when you have a partner, when you got a family, when you got older. So we organized these 50 little fragrance or perfumes that they were not just one smell, but 3 smells that make a concept. Like when you wake up and there is a coffee and some cake in the room, that smells like this. Or when it's raining and you have the grass and there is a fire in there, they are chemicals.
Great idea, Ralph. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to get that company to make those for you as well. Ralph, wow, I'm just mindful of time. We're just getting into our final 5 minutes. You've given us lots of.
I have my countdown.
Yeah, just to give a chance to have some.
Just 2 slices, please. It's just half a minute. Just.
Okay.
It's just because we want to
show the last pictures. Please do. Yeah.
No, we want to tell this. Just remembering, this is our main tool. Don't forget that.
That's so true, Raul. The emotional aspect. I love the combination of the heart and the brain. It very much resonates with all my teaching that we focus on the feelings. Feelings matter most. So, and also, as you say, that reminiscence shouldn't just be a set timed structured activity, but it should be integrated into every aspect of the day and every part of life. That's certainly central to the my teaching as well. So thank you so much. And the other thing I take from what you've just said is that kind of getting beyond that, as you say, that initial feeling of it's too difficult and it's too overwhelming, and that all of us had that feeling around the online experience, I think, initially. And so I think many of us can relate to the fact that actually when we did start to be experimental and to believe and to try things out, we were surprised by how much we could still achieve.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, as you say, Karen illustrated that very well in terms of just using the chat box and images to get us thinking about memories and linking us in that way. So thank you so much to both of you. It's great that you've managed to find a way to carry on your amazing work, and particularly to continue it with younger people and the students of tomorrow, because I think you're right.
A big challenge. Yeah.
I think I really do want the next generation to see this as something that is a fun and exciting area of work, rather than something that is to be dreaded or to be seen as less interesting somehow than working in pediatrics or whatever. So brilliant. I think we're all in agreement on that one, aren't we? Yeah, Mark, hands up. So I think we're moving into a break unless there are any questions. The Joy of Dementia.
It's quite short. The second film is quite short, Hannah, so if you go over a little bit, it's probably okay. If you want to do a little bit more than 30 minutes, it's probably okay.
So I have 30 minutes.
Lovely, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you very much. So shall we start? Are we ready to start?
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
So can I introduce Hannah Janečková and also Hannah Siskova? Is she presenting as well?
Yes, Hannah Chiškova is also here, and
Lovely.
she will tell something if she will want to. Yes, Hanka is also my co-presenter.
Lovely. I was just going to say, Hannah, that we enjoyed hearing from Blanca about the training this morning that's happening in the Czech Republic, and amazingly that it goes over 18 months. And what was also interesting was that the commitment that the students wanted to continue on in 2021 and would pay some extra money to have your expertise. So that says, I think, quite a lot about the quality and the skills within the Czech Republic in reminiscence in dementia care. So if I hand over to yourself, Hannah, and your colleague.
Yes. Thank you, Caroline, very much for remembering what was in the morning from Blanca, what you heard from Blanca. We divided the presentation just because really it was partly separated. We worked with the apprentices, and then or parallel, we had some activities with families and with people, and then we started this RYCT program. Yes, that's why we have two presentations. So I just mentioned at the beginning that we could accept the time of COVID as some challenge, as some opportunity to develop our organization. We were rethinking the orientation of our reminiscence center to the multidisciplinary collaboration. We developed psychotherapeutic support and some legal counseling and some activation at home. It's at the beginning, but we have this idea, and we started with this more wide activities of our reminiscence center. We are also engaged new members of the team, as Blanca has already mentioned, Pavla and Pavlina. And we had time to gain new experience and new skills in this psychotherapeutic practice, in individual planning of the for the families and for people with dementia, and in the field of coordination of care. So now to what we did at the beginning of the pandemics, which started in our country in March 2020, and it was the time when we already have got this money from the city of Prague, and we started to prepare the new cycle of the RYCTT. And in September and October, we wanted to start the program. We had this 2-day course, and then the new wave of COVID began. So we decided at the beginning of October 2020 that we will not start the work with the families, and that we will continue online with apprentices, which Blanca was talking about. So at this time, we had already chosen the families. We had I will mention later who were the people, but we did not want to start the program, and we decided to provide some kind of support to these families, to keep contact with the families. We wanted to support the carers, not only the carers from the RYCT program, but also the carers who came to our consulting center and to the psychotherapy. And moreover, we also wanted to support just our neighbors from the community, because everything was locked down, and we had some amount of money from the city, and we wanted to do something for people in this period. And what we really did during these lockdowns, so it was just walking outdoor with older people, doing some individual reminiscence. We had some online meetings with the carers. We were telephoning with the members of our families. And some of us were using tablets and mobiles to contact old people isolated in residential home. One of our colleagues, for example, really kept telephoning with clients of a residential home, and on the base of these telephone calls, she created a wonderful collage for the clients. And after the end, or at the end of these lockdowns, the client got this collage. So it was very nice long distance collaboration. We practiced something like field reminiscence. In fact, all members of our team had some older people and kept contacts, and it was these meetings outside were occasions to recall memories and to do reminiscence. And then it was winter 2020 and 21. Then in the summer it started to be again a better period, and so we decided in October 2021 start our work with families, to start the RYCT program. It was also because many of us, especially older people, were already vaccinated, and we thought it would be good to enable people to meet face to face. So we planned 8 sessions from October to March, regardless to the COVID situation. We set down rules for our meetings. It meant we applied regular antigen testing. We washed the hands. We were wearing the respirators, and so we hope that we will cope the quite bad epidemiological situation. We really continued during the lockdowns in October and January, February. We met regularly. We go on meeting. We had a very nice place to meet in the hospice care center, Cesta domů, way home. So here are the members of the group, the families with living with a member with dementia. We had 2 single women with mild dementia who came 7 times, Jinka and Mancha. We had one couple which kept come every time, 8 times, Petra and Karel. We had one couple who came just at the beginning, just once, then a man died. And we had one couple which came twice at the end of the program. So we can conclude that the composition of the group was unstable. It was changing. We had less number of participants than before. We changed the closed reminiscence group to the open one. And we observed high motivation of participants to come to the session. So we really felt it was very important value that people wanted to meet. They really wished to come to the session, to the meeting, and they were not afraid so much of the COVID. The need to be together was stronger than the fear from COVID. So here we have some pictures of our guest people with dementia. The team was formed by 4 apprentices, 4 new people. 1 apprentice has gave up. We had 7 team members. We also had some external collaborators, some volunteers who accompanied those single women. And we also had some friends who came just to accompany family members or just wanted to participate in our session. We felt really enormous responsibility for the health of people with dementia and for the members of the family. We really had antigen testing in 7 meetings. Only the last meeting was without test. It was in March. Here is again one picture from our sessions. Here you can see the topics of our session. As usual, first session, my name and who I am. This was the common result of our session. Second session was I have some about the place where I come from. Here we usually use the map of the Czech Republic or even of the Czechoslovakia, and we worked with lights and candles. Then we have here the third session. Let's meet in Cesta domů. It was session where we had flexibly, very quickly changed the topic and changed the activity because the two moderators were ill. It was in November, very high COVID. So we had to be really flexible. Then we had a Christmas session. In January, we had this trip, going far away. Then in February, let's go to the theater. On the February 24, it was hurrah to work. And then on the 17th of March, we had the final party. So this was the 8 sessions. And here we have some evaluation or some final assessment of our sessions. We had to be very flexible because the situation was unstable. We changed from the closed group to the open group, from big group to small group, and so on. We had to be prepared to improvise, quickly change the program in case of illness of a facilitator. We have to adapt to the uncertainty. We had to have courage in spite of the risk of infection. We decided to meet. The reason was to encourage guests, the courage of guests, their urgent need to meet. There was a kind of resilience. The number of lecturers and apprentices was very supportive, provided us certainty. Everybody needed to be appreciated. Even 1 or 2 guests, people with dementia, were worth to realize the program for them, regardless to the expenditures or regardless to the time of apprentices and lecturers. We had to provide lots of voluntary work. And we try to support positive emotion in spite of COVID. Hanka and Pavla had COVID in spite of the death of one man with dementia, in spite of the broken hip. Another person had this accident. In spite of big tiredness, because Kvieta was a chief of a vaccination center and she had very long shifts in the center and she was very tired, and so on. So we tried to prepare attractive programs for our guests and for their families, with rich reminiscence activities, making collages, drawings, dramatization of memories, singing and listening music, and with lots of joy, appreciation, common reminiscence product, nice meals and rituals to support hope, community, and participation and friendship. We really had very nice apprentices who were already, in fact, very well trained, online trained, and they were very creative and collaborative. Some pictures. And now, just conclusion, we found that RYCT has the potential to be adapted to nearly all conditions, including COVID. We still enjoy this program after 10 years of our experience, and can share it in our country, in our schools, and so on. our team is very fast, very compact, and is even increasing. We have plans for future. As you already know, tomorrow we start a small program which support the continuity of RYCTT, and is called Forget Me Not, for families to continue their meetings. And we also have this program of multidisciplinary team. And here I want to mention that lockdowns gave us chance to concentrate on some creative work, because we have written and published 2 books due perhaps to COVID, to lockdowns. In February a year ago, we published Reminiscence Known and Unknown, in family, in hospital, at school, and in community. And this March, Blanca has published Non-Pharmacological Ways to Better Life with Dementia. And in May 2022, in a month, we will have a launching ceremony of these books, and we will really have a big celebration and meet all our families and friends, and we are looking forward to this meeting, and we hope that Pam will provide for us some short speech, some greetings, so that she will be with us there, even just online, or how to say. Yes. And before I end, I just want to mention that at the end of our program, we really were moved, and it marked really our sessions, our last 2 sessions. It was the invasion to Ukraine. It was really something shocking for us, something very sad, and we felt a big helplessness, and it really remind us the Russian invasion in 1968. So it's still alive for many people, for me too. And we really said to each other in this reminiscence center and with our families that it's very important for us to keep together, to support each other, and to keep solidarity with Ukraine. So this is important for us, really very bad situation, and in our country the solidarity with Ukraine is very high, and people try to help as much as possible. So, and if I can, I have here a short video, 3 minutes, which we got this morning from a student of Film Academy who spent with us the last session, and she made some small records and prepared a small video for us. So just you will see that we can also have nice experience. Can I close this one? How? Can you do something?
Yep.
No, it is.
Dobrý den, jsem doktor Majíč a mám na vás důležitou otázku. Věděli jste, že se ve vašem těle nachází jeden důležitý orgán?
Ahoj,
Všechny vítám u dalšího týdenního updateu,
No,
byť
it
ten
does not
poslední
work.
týdnu nebyl. Za to se moc omlouvám, tím, že teďka...
Tak to zkus ještě jednou, Hani, ty jsi tam dala to následující.
Tak počkej, tak co mám teď dělat?
No, dej to zpět, šipku zpět 2krát. Nahoře vlevo. Nahoře vlevo, šipku zpět.
Vlevo, tady.
Předchozí.
Až jednou na rohu.
A je to slyšet?
A můžete dát na celou obrazovku, Hani.
A začnu o lásce pět. A ona řekne mi, pěvče, kéž by vám bylo míň let. Řeknu se laví, tím to končí bál a to mě nebaví. Hrajte ještě dál naposledy. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Až jednou budu u konce mé písně, až ticho ovládne sál. Ze tváří vyčtu vám výsměch, až budu stát opodál. Řeknu se laví, tím to končí bál a to mě nebaví. Hrajte ještě dál naposledy. La la la, la la la, la la la.
Tak vám to chci poděkovat. Děkuji, že jste přicházeli, že jsme se tady podíleli na nějakém společné hezké atmosféře a říkám, jenom doufám, že to není naposled dneska.
Ta vstřícnost, ohleduplnost, kreativita, jak jste vymýšleli horké párky, jiné cestování, ale všechna setkání byla úžasná. Moc děkujeme.
Bez vás by to nešlo, bez vás by to nebylo. Jo, jako prostě jsme tady všichni společně na jedné lodi a děláme si navzájem radost a to je důležité. A to, že jsme spolu, je důležité. A myslím, že i pro vás, i pro nás teda bude důležité, že zůstaneme spolu i dál. Takže se budeme dál setkávat a že vytvoříme něco krásného společně.
Až hudba dohraje řeknu se laví, tím to končí bál a to mě nebaví. Hrajte ještě dál naposledy. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la. C'est la vie, la 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 la. A to mě nebaví. Hrajte ještě dál naposledy. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la.
So thank you very much.
It was wonderful, wonderful film, and I'm sure we've got lovely comments coming up for you, Hannah and Blanca, that just expressed such joyfulness at being together. When was it made, may I ask? When?
It was on the 13th of March.
This year.
Yeah, this year, just recently.
Yes. I also wanted to just ask you, when you had your 8 sessions with families, how long were the sessions when you met with your families? How long?
One session? it was 90 minutes, 1.5 of the program, but we met half an hour before the program, and we were sitting for another half an hour after the program, just eating and chatting.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation, and I think really kind of important that you mentioned that the need to be with others was a higher need than the fear of COVID, which is just absolutely true, kind of across, I think, all of the experiences we're hearing today, but you've identified it really clearly, and also the assessment of what you needed as skilled workers, the flexibility, the courage, resilience, the positive emotions that you were able to share and generate within the group activity through reminiscence, just kind of speak to the skills that you have as a team and as a project. And it must be wonderful for the families in the Czech Republic that you work with. So thank you so much for that presentation. Does anybody have any questions? We'll just have a look in the chat and see if we've got any questions for you. Might just do this now, if that's all right. Can anyone see any questions up there? I mean, you could say them if you want.
I've got a question, but it's only a technical question, how to get out of the YouTube and rejoin the Zoom. I think I need a bit of help if someone
I
can.
do not know what to do now.
Oh, Hannah, you need to stop sharing your screen. Oh yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I thought it was amazingly professional, a superb piece of work, and I thought that going from that very professional presentation of reminiscence, which gave people confidence in it, still having that lovely little film at the end to show the strength of feeling of the people in the group and the sense of belonging and being part of a desirable social group, drinking champagne and celebrating their memories. Absolutely heartwarming, I thought, completely heartwarming. And Hannah's been an absolutely critical member of the European Reminiscence Network for much longer than either of us would like to say, but must be 20 years, and sets a very high bar, a very high standard of work. And I think the fact that you've carried your young workers with you as well is enormously important, and sort of marking out the ground that this is a real area of work which you have to pay proper attention to. You know, too often reminiscence is put aside in this country, certainly, I think, and you remind us of the importance of thoroughness and kindness too. It's such a nice atmosphere in your groups. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And we've got a Catherine Guilfoy's got a question, I think, or comment. Kath?
I take it that the funding was because of COVID. Because of COVID, you were asked to make a response. Is that right?
Beg your pardon? Or
the funding that you got was to do a project during the time of COVID.
It was a normal process of applying for grant to the city of Prague, and after some time we get the money. And at this time we got the money already in the time when COVID started. So we had to change the activity, and it was approved by the city that we can. We are not obliged to do these meetings, these sessions, and then that we can work outside, going out with seniors and so on, and just providing support to people during these lockdowns.
Okay,
perhaps my colleagues can explain it better.
No, I think you explained it very well, and I think, Caroline, if it's okay with you, we should move on to the next project.
We can, but it's actually a very short film. It's about 6.5 minutes, Pam.
Is it?
So we can go on if anybody else had.
We can talk afterwards then, perhaps.
Yes, okay. So should we move on to Sydenham Gardens?
Yes, I
And if
think
people
so.
have got more questions for Hannah and their team, we can come back at the end for that, because Rosie and Rosie are not actually here today from Sydenham Gardens. So they have sent a little film about the work that they have been doing over the last 3 years, I believe it is, since they did their apprenticeships on RYCT.
Hello, my name is Rosie and I work here at Sydenham Garden with my colleague Rose, and we run the Sow and Grow project here.
Is that the quality of the film, I wonder, or are we able to lift the technical level of volume or not?
We're just working on it.
Thank you very much indeed.
It fits perfectly with what we've just been listening to, really.
Atmosphere that is joyous, relaxing and celebratory of the people who come here. I'd like to tell you about how we have set up an RYCT type group here, and also a little bit about how we managed during the pandemic. So a few years ago, Rose and I did the RYCT training with Pam and Caroline, and a little later, 2 people associated with us here, Annie, our dance and movement therapist, and Dick, a wonderful volunteer, also did the RYCT training. And together we created a group called Growing Together. And the Growing Together group started 3 years ago. It consists of a 12-week programme of weekly groups, very much in the way that we learnt with Pam and Caroline, using some of the amazing skills that we learnt, skills of using the creative arts to enable the access to people's stories, using really interesting objects related to the theme, using listening skills, reflecting, and that amazing skill of amplifying, listening to the stories and then celebrating them out with everybody. So we used those, but we also wanted to incorporate and make the garden also a key part of our group here, because we are a garden project, and so we used the garden in 3 main ways. One of them was that every week we walk in our beautiful garden, and that's a beautiful space for the sharing of stories. It might be the sharing of silence too, and then those stories can be amplified when we return to the group later on. We sometimes use the garden to actually do our groups in. We had a wedding in the garden. Sometimes we use the garden to actually do an activity that's part of the theme of the week. The garden is very important to us. At the end of each of those 12-week groups, we ran 2 before the pandemic, and we just started one, a 3rd group. We evaluated. We did a questionnaire at the beginning and the end, and we were very lucky to have a volunteer who had an expertise in evaluation. And we had some really good feedback about how it helped with communication in the relationships of the families that were coming, and it helped them to have a greater understanding of their loved one. We also learnt some really important things to take into account. The importance of really understanding the heritage of everyone in our group a little bit before we start, so we can be aware of painful issues in a country's history that might have really impacted on a person, and a little bit about any painful events in their own lives. So we do that before we start the groups now with the family members. It was a wonderful experience to run the group, we had a co-facilitator of our lovely Annie and myself and an amazing group of volunteers. The pandemic came. We had to stop and Sydenham Garden was closed. But we kept in touch with people every 2 weeks by sending them a bulletin, and Annie edited that for us beautifully. We had a theme for each week, sometimes around the seasons or the garden, sometimes all sorts of quirky themes, like we had one on hats. And within the bulletin would be photographs of the garden. There would be ideas for activities, things to watch, things to see, things to do. And there was always a space for photographs, and people sent in their photographs, and they could keep connected with each other in that way. We visited everybody twice. Rose and I got to know Lewisham very well. We also connected up our amazing volunteers with people, and they phoned people every week throughout that whole time and gathered such a wealth of richness of understanding of those people that they've now been able to share in the groups. The person with dementia may not be able to access those stories now, but the volunteer has them and can bring them into the group. So we've started again after the pandemic. It's a smaller group with just one facilitator at the moment, but we are back, putting people with dementia centre stage, celebrating their stories and their lives. And we've noticed a change in our other groups too. We're trying to take some of the skills from the Growing Together group, that time, just taking time with people, listening, amplifying the stories, just creating that space within our activity-based groups to enable that to happen. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but if you have any questions, Caroline is very kindly going to put my email in the chat box and also the Sydenham Garden website. And please, please do get in touch if you have any questions about our project here. And I look forward to seeing some of the videos from the rest of the day in due course. Take care now. Bye-bye.
So sorry that people may not have been able to hear very much of Rosie Holland's presentation. Can we just get an idea of whether I should just share back some of the things that were said? Yes, you're saying yes, Pam, you're muted, but I think you're nodding. Okay, so it's Sydenham Gardens is a beautiful site. It's got an indoor glass house, workroom, workshop with windows onto a spacious garden where our colleagues Rosie and Rose ran groups of RYCT, which they called Growing Together. They managed to get 3-year funding to run the project, which runs alongside other activities. So there's also activities for people with mental health issues, for example, also using the space. But there's enough time to schedule in RYCT specific groups, or should we say Growing Together groups at their centre at Sydenham Gardens. So they run a 12-week project, which is the full length of the project. We've been running 8 weeks or 10 weeks recently in Greenwich and Camden. And in their 12-week projects, they're making full use of the garden. They're walking around. They have a good cohort of volunteers and 2 facilitators. They share stories with the people with dementia in the gardens, and they enjoy the silence, Rosie mentioned. And when they return to the actual rooms, they sit down together and they share what was talked about in the gardens, stimulated by the environment that they were in. She mentioned that they also do full sessions in the garden, which would be great fun with the right weather in England. But you can imagine a beautiful wedding taking place sort of underneath at this time in the spring, the blossom and the sound of the birds, which we heard very clearly there, more clearly than Rosie's voice, unfortunately. The They also spoke about having one of their volunteers with expert evaluation skills, which meant they did a evaluation at the beginning of the project and then 12 weeks after at the end of the project. And people reported that communication was improved, that relationships were better, that there was a greater understanding about their loved ones, and also that they learnt about the different heritages of the cultures represented in their group, and they'd perhaps like to learn a little bit more about that. So it sounded like perhaps having some preparation time to think about particular groups and perhaps lay down kind of thoughts about diversity and respect, those kind of issues, to make sure that painful memories were managed well and that people were aware of areas where there might be great sensitivities being shared. Rosie mentioned that when COVID came along, they were no longer able to meet in the gardens. And what they did was the facilitators and the volunteers got together a bulletin that was posted out to families, it sounded like on a weekly basis. And the photos that were in there were of the garden to remind the people in the group of what was happening, what was growing. And they were also given ideas of things that they could do, activities, and suggestions for things that might take place, cultural festivals, etc. They also did a lot of phone calls. They kept in touch with their people all the way through it. And I remember talking to Rosie and Rose during the COVID time, and it was a time of lots of phone calls, and Rosie and Rose cycling around on their bikes when they could actually go and visit and knock on the doors and have doorstep conversations with the people who were in the programs. They also mentioned how what was important was how RYCT, or Growing Together, was also improved some of the other activities that were taking place at Sydenham Gardens. Perhaps improved is the wrong word, but added to, gave another dimension to other projects happening in the garden. So the silence, the ideas of the stories, perhaps the reminiscences. So it's a very kind of a community feel about Sydenham Gardens with different groups there. And you can imagine that passing on of knowledge would enrich the relationships between the different groups that use the space. So that's all I can kind of, I've noted, but if anybody else, or thanks, Kate. Kate's written, also photos were encouraged to be sent back to Rose and Rosie for sharing back in the bulletin that they produced, so that there was kind of connection between the people. So if anybody picked up anything else, do pop it in the chat and I'll read that out. Pam?
Yes, I thought there was a nice connection between the two projects we've just seen, where one of the significant facts was that they had 3 years funding. And they planned ahead, or it might have been only 1 year in Czech Republic, but it was a repeatable year. They got 3 years running, I believe. And I think that's fantastic that they could plan ahead, and that at Sydenham Gardens they could suspend what they were doing and then go back to it as soon as possible. I mean, listening to everybody, I'm pretty amazed, especially from Raoul and Duna, hearing about how they overcame any phobias about using the new technologies and so on and so forth. That's an area that I feel a bit humbled about, really.
Hear all the varied presentations today, and it's made me reflect again on how much COVID has had such a profound and challenging effect on everybody. But despite that, I've been so impressed by people's determination to continue the work in their community, making a difference in people's lives. And I think those people who you know who you are, I think you should really congratulate yourselves on all that you've achieved. We're going to hear some talks from two people, Tula, who's from Finland, and Pam, who we all know from Britain and the European network. And they're both going to share their experiences of working with memory boxes. And I really feel excited about this presentation, because I remember a very long time ago, I saw Pam's memory boxes in the reminiscence, what's it called, Pam, in Blackheath Centre? Yes, the Reminiscence Centre in Blackheath, before I'd even learned what reminiscence was and before I'd become an oral historian. And I saw these incredible boxes and I was so excited by it. And, you know, it was a real important moment for me in determining a sort of course of direction in my own work. And here I am today with all you lovely people. So I'm looking forward to hearing Tula talk as well. And she's speaking on behalf of Leonie Hortenthal Antin and Varpal Vistakorta, I hope I've said that right, who can't be with us today. So I'm going to hand over to Tula to present her presentation.
Go for it.
Thank you. So I am Tula. I am from Finland, from House of Memories, from Kotka. And our house, in our House of Memories, we have tried to work with memory boxes during the pandemic, so that we tried to convert the actual built memory box into a video memory box, so that the memory box is a video now. I don't know how we did, but I will tell you now something about it. Can you see my slides?
Not yet, Tula.
No, not yet.
Okay. Just a moment.
Yes, we can see now.
Okay, now we'll get started. So, as I told, I am from Finland, from Kotka, from House of Memories that was founded in 2005. The founders of our house are Leonie Hortenthal and Varpu Vistala. Many of you may know them already from the previous conferences. They send you all their love, but unfortunately cannot attend the seminar today. I am the chairperson of the board of directors in House of Memories, have been now for 5 years, and I am heavily involved with this video memory box project of ours. Video memory box project, as it happens, became the so-called COVID project. We got funding for this already in 2019. But then the pandemic burst out in Finland and we could get started only in autumn 2020. But luckily in this project we have workshops of very small groups, 2 to 3 persons, plus the instructor, of course. And we proceeded with our project whenever the Finnish pandemic restrictions allowed us to do so. So actually we did this project from September 2020 by the end of May 2021, which was our deadline from the sponsor. What did we do? We did 5 video memory boxes. Each of the box is from 15 to 26 minutes. And as I told, we had a sponsor. We got a grant of 10,000 euros from the local Google community program, and that enabled us to buy camera, sound and editing work from a film professional. And Also in this project, we had a special focus on intergenerational dialogue, and the age of participants is between 23 to 94 years. In the end of the project, we also published our video memory boxes in YouTube because we wanted to give easy access for anyone interested. That was important during pandemic times. In our video memory box team, we of course had Leonie Hoentalantin and Varpu Vistala. They were the instructors working with the groups and kind of directors of the videos. Tuula Kumpunen, that's me, I am the producer of this project. And then we have Mika Rokka, who is a professional filmmaker and who took care of camera, sound and editing in our project. So what is a video memory box? A video memory box shows firstly the built memory box and its contents, photos, objects, all kind of tokens. It can also have video clips and so on. And then secondly, a video memory box also shows reminiscence work in action. You have the memories and stories related to the memory box selection. They are told on video. Okay, our goals. Well, we wanted to document the oral memories and stories on the background of the memory boxes. And we wanted to make them as an essential part of the memory box. Also, we wanted to give a chance to meet the persons on video behind the memories. And easy access to memory boxes was also important. And as I mentioned, this was important in pandemic times during COVID-19. Then a few words about our process. So we had 5 groups, 2 to 3 persons in each group, and groups had approximately 5 meetings each. In the first workshop, you get introduced to reminiscence work and memory boxes. You find shared interests and you find a mutual idea with the other participants. You get some homework, you collect the things you want to have in your box. And then, of course, there are discussions about things that need to be considered during the video shoot. In the second workshop, then, you present your own memory box items, you share memories related to them. You choose together the theme for the memory box. You start building the memory box and you start writing the script for the video. In the third workshop, you write the script together. You build the memory box, it continues. You start thinking about music, perhaps. Music rights have to be purchased. This has to be done in time. Sometimes you have to change the music because the songs you have chosen might be really, really expensive when you ask for the permission from the record labels. And then you think about other additional materials too. People might have video clips of their own that have been shot by their mobile phones, for instance. In the fourth workshop, you complete the built memory box and you finish the script for the video. Then you have the dress rehearsal where you follow closely the script. And after that, you have to think, does the script really work in this memory box? How many minutes long is this going to be? Is it too long, perhaps? Are we in the right location to shoot this kind of memory box? Is our dialogue logic or what? And then you have the last workshop, which is the actual video shoot. Beforehand, you have to deliver the script, the shooting schedule, and the locations. You have to inform the cameraman carefully.
And I have to say that the professional filmmaker's opinion was very valuable to us in this process. And then there is the last stage, which is of course editing of the video memory box. There will be cuts. Some dialogues are too long. Maybe you want to add intertitles, more music. You perhaps choose graphics. You have to write the credits, who was involved in this. And then we had the preview and feedback with the groups, and if there were changes to be made, they were edited after feedback conversations. Then I will introduce some memory boxes to you. I have here 3 of the 5. The first one is called Memory Box, a miniature stage of life. Leonie was the director. She wrote the script and read the voiceover parts. And with her, there is Terttu Varkki, who is 94 years old. She is a retired actress and an expert by experience in making a memory box. Leonie introduces in this box the arts-based reminiscence methods and gives instructions for making a memory box. And Terttu tells us about her experiences in making her own memory box in 2005. And the next box I will introduce to you is called Daddy's Girl. Leonie is the director. And then we had in the group Pirjo Kurki, who is 75 years old. Then we have Meiju Rauhamäki and Veera Koskinen, 23 and 26 years old. And these ladies shared their memories of their fathers. And they were from different generations, but it was interesting to find out that Finnish fathers have not changed in time, in a sense that actions still speak louder than words. Finnish men are not so keen in showing their emotions with words. And then the Video Memory Box project, it was also a cooperation with Southeastern Finland University of Applied Sciences, in a sense that, for instance, in this box, in this video memory box, the younger participants, Meiju and Veera, they are students of degree program in elderly care, and this was part of their project studies. And the third memory box I want to introduce, it was directed by Varpu Vistala, and it introduces nurses in 3 generations in the same family. There is the grandmother, who is 65. She is a registered nurse, retired already. Then there is her daughter, Jenny, 45 years old, a nurse as well. And then there is the grandson, Aaro. He is 23 years old and has just graduated as a practical nurse. They speak about nursing profession in different times. They also have very warm family relationships. They speak and share memories of their family, and also tell us about their guidelines in life and interests. I have some feedback here from the participants, and in Daddy's Girl video memory box, Pirjo 75 said that she had never seen her father as an old man since he died young, but he deserves to be remembered. And also that nowadays fathers are a bit closer to their children and spend perhaps more time together. And from the Daddy's Girl video memory box, Veera 26 says that it was eye-opening for her to hear about Pirjo's childhood memories from the past decades. And she also realized how she can use reminiscence work in her future job as an elderly care professional. And then we have the memory box, miniature stage of life. Terttu, 94 years, tells that if I could make my memory box again 17 years after the first one, I would need a really much bigger memory box. There has been so many more memories after that. And in the third memory box I introduced to you, Tuula, the grandmother, a nurse, retired, 65 years old, says that this has been a good project for us. I feel we are even more close now after making the memory box together. On video, it will be easy to show the video memory box to other family members as well. In the end of this project, we opened an exhibition in House of Memories. There you have the built memory boxes and you can watch the video memory boxes. They are permanently on display in House of Memories. And finally, let's watch some 4 minutes from video memory box Chain of Generations. I thank you already, and let's hope that the video will start running soon.
Tää on teille hyvät ystävät, jotka tukena sijain pysyvät, joiden kanssa me hengataan sisällä ja pihalla, ei oo pöydässämme tilaa vihalle.
Tätä muistorasiaa ollaan koottu yhdessä mun äitin ja mummon kanssa. Ja tässä ne meitä yhdistää hoitajuus ja perhe.
Ja me ollaan kyllä paljon keskenään keskusteltu siitä perheen merkityksestä ja niistä merkityksellisistä tapahtumissa tässä meidän elämässä. Ja
hieno ammatti, me ei tiedä oikeastaan kauhean montaa hienompaa. Ja toi hoitotyö on siitäkin hyvä, että siinä ihminen aina, me tiedetään, että ihmisen elinikä on rajallinen ja se hoitajalta ei unohdu se ja siihen pitää sopeutua sitten myös siihen, että elämä ei jää niitä kortteja samalla tavalla, että se on myös elämä myös epäoikeudenmukaista, että jotkut porskuttaa terveenä 90-vuotiaaksi ja sitten osa ihmisistä sairastuu jo lapsena tai nuorena aikuisena ja se vaikuttaa koko elämään. Että sehän on kuin rikas paikka nähdä elämää ja se kouluttaa koko sen ammattiuran, se kouluttaa kyllä meitä ihmisenä.
Ja sitten on niin hämmentävää, että aikuisiellä voi jostain asiasta innostua vielä oikein niin kuin satasella, niin tämä purjevene kuvaa sitä, koska me varmaan vähän niin kuin pelkäsin sitä, että miten minä sen klaaraisin. No sitten kun lapset rupesivat kasvamaan, me huomasimme, että meillä olikin päivätyö ja sitten meillä olikin niitä yhteisiä viikonloppuja vapaata, että no mitäs sitä nyt sitten tekiskään, niin me sanoin sellaisen lauseen, no ehkä se purjehdus voisi jotenkin tähän meidän aikatauluun sattua. Niin 3 viikkoa sen jälkeen meillä oli purjevene, että se oli sellainen aika valmiiksi suunniteltu juttu.
Kaikki paitsi purjehdus on turhaa. Koko elämän se sisältää. Aallon pohjan, aallon harjan, myrskyn mustan pilvikarjan. Vaan myös paljon tyyntä lempeää.
Se on harrastuksena silleen kiva, että kun ottaa köydet irti laiturista, niin siinä kohtaa on niinku perillä. Ja sitten eikö tämä olisi niille valokuville?
Joo.
Jos ajattelisi, että tänne laittaisi niitä tärkeitä kuvia. Ja ainakin
lapset
vois laittaa erikseen jollekin omalle hyllylle. Eikö vaan?
Niin.
Sitten isona osana varmaan sellaisia yksittäisiä niinku kaikille omia henkilökohtaisia, niinku on äsken toi purjehtiminen, niin me ehkä toisin tämän oman niinku jalkapallosaavutuksen tänne mukaan. Ihan vaan sen takia, kun tässä omassa nuoressa lyhyessä elämässä ei ole vielä sellaisia muita isompia niinku henkilökohtaisia asioita ollutkaan kuin jalkapallo ehkä, mikä on ollut pitkän aikaa omassa elämässä sellainen iso merkitsevä niinku tekijä, mikä on kasvattanut itseään usealla tavalla.
Tosin kun tuo tähtikin, se sattuu johonkin tuonne ylöspäin.
Nimenomaan. Sinne, kyllä, silleen, että se näkyy vaan.
Niin.
Tärkeät on nää perhesuhteet. Ota vasta niiltä kehut jopa nuhteet. Tyytyväinen mä on tähän luksukseen. Miksi sammuliskuuta taivalta ajan kulukseen? Ei voi luottaa jo monenkaan lupaukseen. Tää on teille hyvät ystävät.
So this is it.
Thank you, Tula. That was so interesting. I must admit, seeing the film at the end really brought together what you were saying in your presentation, because at that point I wasn't quite able to imagine how it was going to look and how it came together. It's really, really lovely to see the family working together to choose and prioritise their memories and to express that through the project.
Yes, it was very interesting for us too, and a bit difficult in the beginning of the project. Leonie, Varpu and we had a group that met like once a week or perhaps twice a week. And we were trying to figure out if you have the built memory box and you try to turn it into a video memory box, and it was difficult to understand at first that this memory box was actually the video, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I saw
because
that.
you are so fixed to the idea that memory box is this item, and of course without the real the built memory box you could not have done this, but it was a very, very interesting process for us and very educational too.
Yeah. How did you go about selecting the people to make the boxes?
The elderly members of this project, them we know already. They are regular visitors to our House of Memories, and I have to admit that we were trying to find people, like when we knew the students who are coming to the project, I asked them about their interests, hobbies, what is important in life, do they have dogs, cats, whatever, so that I could think among our people, our members, ladies who might be interested to join in this kind of project. And there were one couple in a memory box that I did not introduce here now, and they did not know each other at first, but they are both teachers, and they became friends. They say that they became lifelong friends in this project because it was astonishing how much in common they had in the end when they started talking. They both are music lovers and teachers, and have done lifelong learning.
Fascinating. And I just wanted to ask, we've all sort of struggled with technology at various points along the way, and even today we've had a few little blips with technology.
Yes.
I just wondered how, the age range of the participants, did they struggle with the technology and with what was expected of them in order to create this project?
No, not really, because of the Google grant, we could hire a professional filmmaker. The guy who is taking care of camera, sound, and editing of the video in the end, he does know what to do in a film shoot. But the thing for our participants in memory boxes is that it is difficult to speak for the camera. So they had chosen the topics they want to discuss, and so, but when you start speaking to the camera, things just go, you try to follow the script, but you might have new memories as well. So you have to keep this in mind, like I am speaking now all the time.
Yeah, of course.
But then, of course, when you edit, you had several cuts that had to be made.
Oh, we've got some lovely comments in the comment box. Wonderful project, the memory box and the film, which I think is what you've been saying. And they love the design of the box and the family. Fascinating video, really good. I mean, just wondering if anybody in the you know, throwing it out to a wider group of people, has anyone else got any questions they wanted to ask of Tula about the project? Oh, Pam's got a hand up. Pam? Unmute.
I just wanted to just say a word about the House of Memories, because it's just to contextualize it a bit. It's some of us have met there. We've held our conference, a wonderful conference there. It's quite a small house, but they've got money from the city, a little fishing town called Kotka. The local money was raised to make this empty house into a House of Memories. How many people have actually been there? Quite a few, yes. It was an absolutely wonderful place, and Vapu and Leonie have been really key members of our network. I'm really sorry they're not here today, but they were a very important part of the original Memory Boxes project, which was called Making Memories Matter, which I'll be talking about afterwards. But I just wanted really to pay tribute to all the work they've done over the years. And they've nicely spanned the therapeutic aspects and the artistic aspects. They have created older people's theatre companies who've performed regularly in care homes and so on. And they've done wonderful memory boxes. And I like the fact that they've taken it a stage further. The person who was to be presenting with me next, Angelica Trilling, made a very similar film, which I'd love to show to you, Tula. I'll try and arrange to send it to you and to Leonie. But it was a film in which we saw the makers of the memory boxes, or the people the memory boxes were about, claiming them. It was an exhibition, and people stood by their box and they wanted to introduce it and they wanted to own it and to be proud of it. And it's a lovely little film. We'll see another time, but I thought this was great, the way this whole project that you've described to us worked, and how useful to have a breakdown of all those necessary little moves you have to make something like this happen. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Does anyone else have questions for Tula before we go on to Pam's presentation? Anybody? Thoughts? Oh, Marenka, is that your hand up? Unmute yourself.
Sorry, I couldn't find a digital hand, but yes, I thought it was such a beautiful blend of the expression of the story, how people came to the elements that were the stories of the box, that became the objects in the box. And I was wondering if the family just created that visual box all by themselves, because it looks really accomplished, and how was it possible to get the elements together and make the artistic decisions, the color, the shape? How were they helped with this?
They made the artistic decisions together, the grandmother, the daughter, and the son. And the box you saw, it is an old dog's home, but they painted it and decorated it, and they did everything together. They planned a lot. At first, I think they had an idea to make a memory box like a stage that would have 3 sides because there were 3 people making this memory box. But then they found out that they have an old dog's home, and they chose that, and that's how it started. And the grandma's husband, the grandfather, painted it, and so it went along.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Any more questions before we go to Pam? I'm just scrolling through in case there's any hands up rather than digital hands. Okay, well, thank you so much, Tula. It was really interesting and very inspiring. And oh, look, Mark, is that you? Or were you sticking your hand up? You're just waving at me. Oh, a thumb up, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Tula. It was really interesting. I love that work. And I really like the way that it was more than the sum of its parts. You know, it was bigger than just the box. It was the making of the box and the story of that making. And so I'm going to go on to Pam, who's going to give us a presentation about a project called Making Memories Matter, which was a project with 7 partner countries, making memory boxes reflecting on life stories. Over to you, Pam.
So I just need a bit of, maybe it'll appear magically. Here we are, yes. So this project, as Sarah said, it was 7 countries. Eventually, it was many more countries. It was a project supported by the European Commission. And it involved the 7 partner countries in making life story boxes inside ammunition boxes. So the idea really very simply was that these boxes, which had been used to carry weapons and weapons of destruction, could be replaced. They were redundant after the war. Funny saying that now, this week, but there we are. And in each country, these grenade boxes were worked on by 2 partners. Each box was made by an artist and an older person. And we funded the artists to work for 8 sessions with these older people. We paired them up quite carefully. And over those 8 sessions, they would have heard the life story of the older person, been to visit them, seen their house with all its objects and memorabilia, and together come up with a kind of life portrait box. Next slide, please. So I've actually said most of this, but it's important to say that over 100 boxes were created. They had a powerful symbolic as well as a practical purpose. Now, each box has an accompanying text in all 7 languages, explaining the contents, putting the display in the wider context of the older participants' lives and the times they lived through, and giving the artist's perspective on the creative process. I should think Raoul is going hot and cold all over at the moment because he and I worked on this project together. And it was phenomenally difficult assembling the translations all together.
I remember that.
So it was very difficult because some of the languages, we weren't even sure of the difference between Polish and Czech and so on. And it was a bit like a game of cards. Have you got Mrs. Franachapan in Spanish? I've got her in Catalonian and so on. So we had to make about, I think it was about 140 A4 sheets with all the translations, so that when this wonderful set of 60 memory boxes went on tour across Europe, whatever country they landed in, the old people looking at the box would know what it was all about because there was a translation into their language, including Romanian, Polish, Czech, Slovakian, etc., etc. Next slide, please. This shows you the route. The whole thing began in Kassel in Germany and then traveled to to Prague, to Cluj in Romania, Poznan, up in Finland, in Kotka. So they've been involved in this project a long time in Kotka, in London, in Barcelona, and in Berlin. And in every place where they were displayed, a huge number of people were attracted to see them. They were very attractive to look at and full of ideas, and people borrowed the ideas and ran with them. The logo was one of the minor triumphs, really, because it just says it all, really, doesn't it? These stars coming out of these ammunition boxes and being also the stars of Europe, of course. I'll try not to start crying when I think about that. Such good things we achieved with the European Commission and with their backing. And how wonderful that today and these last 3 days, there have been people from other countries. We're not just a tiny little island. We're in touch with our European neighbours. Next slide, please. Further boxes were made by older people in all the cities and countries we visited with the exhibition. Theatre shows grew out of this. They were done by students at the University of Greenwich, by a children's theatre in Germany, by older people in Finland. It gave rise, this exhibition, to many performances, and these were given by people from 8 years old to 80 years old. The boxes were a means of reviewing the life course, both during the designing and making processes of the box preparation, and of course, in the end products. Families living with dementia were able to use their relatives' box to reawaken memories and reignite a sense of identity. We had plenty of experience of people who didn't have dementia making the memory boxes, and then when at a later date they did, that was an opportunity to revisit and to reawaken those memories which had gone into the original box. They were a means of stimulating discussion on many issues, including migration, wartime experience, bereavement, and retirement. The exhibited boxes were a means of building intercultural and intergenerational understanding as people viewed the lives of the others of faraway countries. And we produced a book in English and German, which enabled us to share the stories much more widely. And those memory boxes toured Germany for several years, actually. It was a long-lasting, wonderful project. Next slide, please. Here you can just see a few of the boxes, the ornate and complicated stuff that was done by involving artists. Some of them was quite simple, but some are not. This is the front cover of the book, Making Memories Matter, Give Room to Memories. I think that they were endlessly fascinating, the boxes. And anybody who was here yesterday will have seen them all taken out and redisplayed all over again in the Bathway Theatre, which some of you know from other conferences. And there they caused much comment and much discussion. Next slide, please. In the autumn of 2017, the memory boxes from Germany, the Czech Republic, Poland, and the UK all came to the University of Greenwich. And the drama students were invited to visit the boxes, sometimes in the company of older people from the local community, and to share their reactions. And they then had the chance to study the boxes, choose one to focus on, and use that as the basis for a piece of theatre. Next slide, please. Here you see the students enjoying the contents of the boxes, reading all about them in the presence of an older person. Next slide, please. More of the same, and getting ideas, getting notions. When I look at these students, I remember the boxes they made. Very, very special. I mean, the pieces of theatre they made from them. Next one, please. they certainly caused a lot of exchange of experience between the young and the older person. Next slide, please. That memory box was very interesting. The students used it, 2 of the students used it as the basis for their play. Somebody else mentioned a shoemaker today. I can't remember who it was. But that's the memory box of a man who all his life was a shoemaker. He learned it from his father, watching his father work in the cobbler's shop. And he waited and waited for his father to return from the war. He was missing in action, and he never came back. But the young man worked in his father's shop and kept it going all his life up to his retirement. And the students made a wonderful piece of theatre out of it. It was deeply moving, in which one of them played the son and one of them played the father, at least the father in spirit, who came back and kept an eye on what he was doing. And the level of engagement between the 2 male students, actually, not the people who are looking at it now, between the 2 male students and the box, and the picture and the story of the box, were very moving indeed. Next slide, please. And another one. Next slide. And again, another slide. One of the older people who'd been in the original project in 2004, Helen Aronson, was now aged 92. And she visited the students and she saw her memory box on display for the first time in many years because it had been traveling around Europe. And this was a trigger for her to talk to all the students about her horrific, terrible experience in the Łódź ghetto as a young Jewish girl in Poland, and her escape at the end of the war, and her long and fulfilling life since then in the UK. And for the students, this was a very intense experience. One group of students chose to dramatize her story. They were in constant touch with her during this process, and she attended their performance at the European Reminiscence Network conference that we held there in the Bathway Theatre, and was absolutely delighted with their creative interpretation of her life as explored in the box. So this is, it relates really closely to the previous talk, because in this instance, the pieces of theatre that were developed were in a way like the videos that have been developed in Finland. Next slide, please. And there you get a sense of the pleasure and the specialness of the occasion. Helen with her box and all those drama students inspired, all of them made wonderful plays with Natasha, who some of you, my colleague Natasha Oxley, you might have met here on the Monday session. I'd love to do that work again. It was wonderful for the students. They got an enormous amount out of it. Yes, and the next slide, please. And again. The students worked in groups over 4 weeks, devising their theatre pieces. They worked in small groups, and they consulted archives, picture libraries, the Reminiscence Theatre Archive for background information, ideas and design. My husband Alex also worked with them, the group who were looking at the Berlin Wall. He talked to them a lot about Berlin and his parents living there before the war. And they researched appropriate music to perform, and they prepared and rehearsed their shows for performance at the conference in 2017. Just one little story about the music. There was a Chinese boy, rather alienated and rather alone, but he chose, with a couple of other male students to study one of the Chinese women's memory boxes, a woman who'd escaped in the 70s from the war in Vietnam. And she died actually, but her box was there. And also a recording of her singing a song. She was an interesting woman. She always wanted to be a singer and was not allowed to be. And she, when she came to this country, she became a karaoke singer, although she was very elderly. And this small group of 3 male students took on her story. When they were wearing a white silk scarf, they were the lady in question, so they rotated the roles. And the Chinese boys learned from the CD the Chinese song that she sang when she was teaching people how what the childhood music meant to her, singing her favorite song. And this young man learned this song and he performed it. It was immensely moving. And he said to me afterwards that this particular project had been the most fulfilling theatre project he'd undertaken in his 3-year course. And I believe him. Next slide, please. These are the memory boxes the students chose to dramatize. So there's the lady singing into the microphone, her boat that she escaped from, the cherry blossom, which was the meaning of her name. And this was her box with a map showing where she came from. Next slide, please. This is the cobbler's box. I've told you about that already. He had his work, his tools in miniature. And there in the air, the missing aeroplane that never came back because the father missing in action all that time. And I think in the photographs on the lid of the box, you can see him as a boy, as a young man, who then carried this cobbler's shop right through into his old age in honor of his father. Next box, please. Slide, I mean. This is the slide representing the Berlin Wall, a box built around the idea of barbed wire and wall and separation. And this was quite a large cast. I think there were about 8 of them in it. It was a wonderful piece of theatre, and again, very meaningful to the participants. Next slide, please. There's Helen's box, which we've talked about. And interestingly, the slats there were very important because behind that London street extract from the London A to Z, behind the slats were her Jewish past, her Star of David, her experience in the concentration camp or in the ghetto. And there's Tower Bridge, the glorious feeling of arriving in London in safety. And Alex, my husband, made the box with Helen, and he had also come to England actually at the end of the war. And he identified very strongly with Helen and with her box, and they became extremely close as a result of working on her memory box. Next slide, please. This was a Caribbean lady who worked with a Caribbean student on a one-woman show about her life. And her box contains these wonderful little miniatures of the clothes she made to come to England. Sewing was her thing. You can see her in the lid there, stitching away. And again, it was a valuable relationship between the older person and the student. Next slide, please. So yes, Gwen did come to the performance and she liked the result. And for the student, it was a memorable encounter and enabled her to make a solo piece of work. Her own life experience chimed to some extent anyway with that of the older lady, and her drama piece was a very personal response. Next slide, please. all of the UK memory boxes made for this project were made with ethnic minority elders. And many of the artists also were from minority ethnic groups. The project had a special significance for these artists and the older people they worked with. It gave them a platform to share their lives and to compare their experience across generations. When the European Reminiscence Network held a recent conference on migration, the UK memory boxes had pride of place. And local Caribbean elders who attended the conference are now considering whether they too would like to make memory boxes around their own experience of migration. There's certainly been some interest in passing on their stories to children in local primary schools. Next slide, please. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I was going to say, Pam, thank you so much for that lovely presentation. It was really amazing to see those boxes again after all those years. And I felt myself connecting emotionally in a way I hadn't perhaps done before with those stories, which are so pertinent to so many people. And they're very beautiful. They're beautiful objects. The way they were created, there's a synergy in the relationships between the artist and the person whose box it is. And then further on, you know, the boxes became part of performances. It's just an extraordinary, special project. And I wanted to ask you, what did you learn from this experience and making these boxes and that project?
I think one thing I learned was the value of the process. I mean, some of the products were not as brilliant as they might have been, but in all cases, they were a reflection of a lot of thought, a lot of sharing, a lot of thinking back and contextualizing those memories. And it was also, I think I learned that it's very helpful to be able to channel through an activity. That I saw a lot of the older people making their boxes, cutting up paper, sticking things down, working on the boxes. And their engagement with each other was amazing. I mean, people would say, "Oh, I love your box, Tony. Tell me what that means. Tell me what that means." And another lady saying she just made a river out of card. You probably remember it, the African lady, Raul. And she said, "I could stay underwater for half an hour as a girl." I mean, she couldn't, but you know, she said she could. She felt she could. She felt omnipotent because she had her box. And yeah, I also learned that they were bloody heavy and inconvenient to cart round Europe.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? I see Mark's got his hand up. Mark, would you like to unmute and ask away?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Pam, that's what I was going to ask you. The practical logistics of that. I'm just going, even now thinking that's, God, that would be, you know, how was that actually conducted? Or
well, God bless the European Commission. You know, they funded it. We got a van, a great big wonderful Mercedes. Wow. Especially adapted and with that gorgeous logo on the side. And we got 2 drivers, wow. One of whom really almost kept taking off. He really wanted to be a pilot. He was a pilot at weekends. And they drove with a van full of stuff. I showed you that map at the beginning of the slide where you saw where they went. I mean, huge journeys from Romania to Finland via the ferry from Estonia, and amazing achievement, really. And then when they arrived, they were in very peculiar venues. One was in an art college basement. One was in a castle in Poland. Yes, the art college basement was in Romania. They were in a disused synagogue in Prague. They were in a really plush art gallery in Barcelona. In London, they were in the Reminiscence Centre, of course. But they were, everywhere was completely different. In Finland, they were in the House of Memories and in a fire station in Finland, because there were 60 or 70 of them on display. Correct me if I'm wrong, Raoul, but that's my memory. About 70 of the best boxes. And they toured all over Germany. We took half a dozen of them to Canada. And the young students, the young school kids who'd made a wonderful show, German school kids, they brought their show to England. They did it in England, and we thought they were so good. We collected the money for them to take the boxes to a big theatre conference and to take their own show to Canada. So yeah, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare, but it was worth every minute of it. And you know, this film I can't show you now, but another time I'd love to, shows how these people were in every country. People would sit by their box, you know, because it was their box and they wanted to show it. And it's great that we made a book of the memory boxes as well. And that was courtesy of my very good friend Angelica. Well, she will be a very good friend again when I've forgiven her. But anyway, because we were going to present this thing together, but I have forgiven her. And there you see in that little film I was telling you about, people's sense of ownership. This is my box. I am the maker of the box. That was very important. Sorry.
Having a nice student helping. Spanish student, you know.
What?
The Spanish student called Raúl helping. It was the best.
They were very fine, the Spanish boxes. They were wonderful.
Can I sorry, Anne, can I follow up, Pam, just by asking, when you were planning the project, had you envisaged that it was the boxes and the theatre, or did it just evolve, or one evolve from the other?
Well, the theatre productions arising from were not predicted. It began with a 2 weeks training in reminiscence and in migration and in work with ethnic minorities. And all the participating countries came to London for that, including the Spanish, the Czech, the Finnish, all the partner countries came to London, and we really worked out what we were going to do. It was a very thorough project, I would say.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you for the questions that came there. It's now 4:38, so I think this part of the programme should come to an end. And Pam, you were saying how you envisioned the last section of the day to be, just to open it up to everybody. What did you suggest?
Yes, I think so. The agenda item, if you like, is looking to the future of the European Reminiscence Network. And I'm very glad that Kate's with us, because Kate is helping us to look at what's the future of RYCT in England or in the UK. But actually today has reminded me that it's part of our European work, and I'm really glad that you've seen that, Kate. Well, you've seen it in Dublin as well, of course. But there is a question of where do we go from here, and I'm very glad that we included work from Ingrid as well, and people who are not necessarily wedded to the RYCT project, but are doing closely related work, including Patricia's oral history work, but that's very, very closely linked to RYCT. So I think it would be really helpful just to hear people's views on what they've seen over these 3 days, and what it's made them think about for the future.
Can we use the hands up button if you're going to put up your hand to speak, because it's quite hard to see 2 pages or 3 pages of people.
Good idea, Sarah.
If you wouldn't mind. If anybody would like to kick it off, or can I say something, Pam?
Please.
I feel, I mean, it's just incredible how the RYCT has had such a huge impact across Europe and even the Far East. And we've seen that today, you know, how connected we are by stories and memories and this work that we do. And I think it's really impressive the way that it's, you know, the importance that it has been for people with dementia, but also for people who don't have dementia, and for people who have come at it as artists or as reminiscence workers, and how they've taken that forward. And I feel that's really, really come at me again today, how we're all connected by this work and the love of this work, and part of a family of people who want to continue doing this work in our communities.
Yes, and even when we were talking about the memory boxes, although in this case and in Finland's case, they were not primarily designed for people with dementia, they were just older people recording their lives. Nevertheless, there's a very strong connection between the kind of creative work that was done on the memory boxes and has been done on the project. So yes, open house. Anybody else want to say something?
Well, we're thanking people. So thank you, Pam, for allowing us to be part of this 3 days. It's been an absolute joy. And just to reiterate the thanks to Suzanne's team, who has worked tirelessly over the 3 days and leading up to it, and without whom none of this would have been possible. So that's Suzanne, that's Raza, that's Karen, that's Kadu, and that's also the wider team, Ish, who was filming yesterday, Charlotte, and I'm sure I've missed some people and I'll be told off for that, but the whole team who's really got behind these 3 days, and yeah, I'm truly thankful, truly thankful.
And it's nice that it's also brought in the history department, literature, and you know, we need to look at how we can relate to other bits of the university, because I think it's a really strong bond with the university now, and if that could be the base for future training and so on, I think we're in with a chance. So give yourselves a huge clap for sticking the course and staying with us all this time. Thank you so much for being here.
Bye.